Hey, hello, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 9:53 in the morning on 8:03. That's in August 3rd, 2025. It's Sunday. It's a Sunday, 9:53 in the morning, 8:03:25. 70 degrees out, as you can see from the clock up there. 9:54, 70 degrees, 8:03, Sunday. Sunday. Come on down to the Skycatlive channel. Sunday. We're going to play some video games. We're going to play some Eve and some FFXI and some GeForce Now and some GTA 5. Gonna take it off the big face. Got nothing to say. It was a good Saturday. I got too drunk as usual. Not too drunk, but got very drunk, and so we're gonna drop it off the big face, and we're gonna activate, and we're gonna go back in, and we're gonna go back into the Grand Theft Auto 5. We're looking at Borderlands 4. It's an age of sequels. I don't want to play Immortal again. I don't think it's starting to really fucking frustrate me. The gate with the goddamn weapon skills, the constant fucking ganking. I just don't think I'm going to do it today. I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't feel like doing it. Maybe my key's up on New World. I don't really know. Get on 76 first, I guess. Gotta center this camera. There we go. Camera. Ooh, I went to go get a haircut, and in a couple of hours I'm gonna go get a haircut. I'm gonna pause this stream, but went down there at 9 a.m. and like they don't even show up until noon. It's fucking annoying. It's weird that it's Foshnot. Oh, my monthly came in. There, about that. It was Shelter. I'm gonna buy all the shelters and all the bunkers. And when they go on sale, I'll buy them.
That and make the country better in some way.
Wow, that was fun. I I paid $200 for this bottle of water. I can't believe I did that. Why did I spend $200 on this? Anyway, we have a lot of bottles of water around us right now, more than I've ever seen in one room in my entire life. That's because I'm currently on a quest to figure out what the deal is with all of this, all these different brands and their promises and their branding and their messages and their advertisements.
It's all just water.
Natural spring water.
It's Earth's finest water.
It's Earth's finest water. You mean water from, like, you know, Lake Champlain boiled?
I'm going to be doing a bunch of blind taste tests to see if I can tell the difference between cheap versus expensive water. And then I want to do a deep dive on the water itself. What's actually inside this? Where does it come from? How is it treated? Are any of these health claims legitimate? And who are the companies who are selling it to us, making $350 billion annually in the global bottled water industry? Can we trust them? Oh, and what's Jennifer Aniston doing, rolling out of bed like this, deer in the headlights, clutching a bottle of smart water? And most importantly, is the stuff inside of this bottle better than the stuff I get for basically free out of my tap? Is it healthier? Is it less toxic? Is it cleaner or purer in any way? Because it is a lot more expensive. I could refill this bottle of Fiji water for the next 9 years with tap water, and it would cost the same as this one bottle. Bottled water is insanely more expensive than tap. And I want to figure out what we're paying for. Speaking of tap, I'll be putting the microscope on that too, tasting it, looking inside to see what's going on with tap water in America.
There's a pretty significant gap between what is legal and what is safe.
Water is the most important substance on Earth, which is why me and a bunch of creators are trying to raise money to help people who don't have access to clean drinking water get access. It's part of this movement, Team Water. You'll see a bunch of other creators doing this month. It's with a reputable and vetted organization, so please consider donating. And with that, let's get started with our first taste test. First up, this, which I don't know what it is. I'll have to taste it. Nice on the nose. Tastes like water. Okay. Here goes B. Okay. I like that one the most for some reason. I just like that one the most. But they all just taste like water. All right. My winner for this one is C. What was it? No way.
You picked tap water.
Oh, God. Oh, this was truly blind, by the way. This is a blind taste test. Totally unprimed. We did all this work behind the scenes to make sure that, like, I don't know which one it is. And I immediately was like, ooh. That...
I think tap water, if it's clean, can taste better because it's traveled through pipes and stuff and it oxygenates when it leaves the faucet, whereas bottled water is a little stale. It's a little stale. It gets a little stale, you know? It could be good.
Oh, nice. Wow.
I gotta get some water.
Amazing. Okay, we'll do another one in just a sec.
Putting water into a bottle is a profoundly symbolic act. You're taking this thing that is a universal human need, we could argue is a universal human right, everyone should have access to clean, fresh water, and you're commercializing it, you're commodifying that.
At the core of this story is the strange reality here in the modern economy where we interact with corporations all the time and we want to trust them, but we don't totally know if we can because sometimes they're hiding things. And in this case, they are. I'm talking about this right now because this is what happens every day when we're on the internet. Like right now, your information is being bought and sold on an open market. That is a key economy in the modern age. Your name, your birthday, your address, what you do on the internet, what you like, where you live, all of it is valuable so that people can market things to you or sell that data somewhere else. I'm telling you about this because Incogni is the sponsor of today's video. I'm a big fan. They came to us a couple of years ago actually to start sponsoring videos, and that is when I started using Incogni. What I did is I signed up and I gave them permission to go out on my behalf and to start requesting that my data and information information be scrubbed and cleaned from these lists. I have a legal right to request this, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these lists, and I don't have time to make those requests. I don't even know how I would. I even tried once a few years ago and failed. Incogni does this for you, just in the background, and you just get to watch on this lovely dashboard while they go out and make a request on your behalf to get your name off of these data broker lists. The actual result of that isn't just peace of mind, it's also fewer robocalls and junk mail and your name not being on people's search sites and your address not being out there, less junk mail generally, which is something that I have deeply cherished since I've started using Incogni's monthly plan. Oh, and I forgot to mention that they have this new feature, the unlimited plan. You can actually just tell them what website you want to have your name scrubbed from, and they will go do it, like custom for you. So, big fan of Incogni. You've all heard me talk about this before. Like, it is a big thing. If you are ready to get your privacy in order, Incogni might be a good fit for you. And luckily, they are giving a massive discount to people who click on my link, which is incogni.com/JohnnyHarris. So you click on this link so that they know you came from this video, which is very important for me to run a business and pay the large team that is behind all these videos. And then you use the code JohnnyHarris, no spaces, and you will get 60% off the annual plan. Again, the annual plan makes it so that Incogni is like constantly in the background doing this for you. It's cool. It's a thing that is very needed in today's wild, crazy data broker universe that we all live in. Data is a commodity, and we are unwittingly just cogs in a giant capitalistic tech machine. Anyway, thank you Incogni for sponsoring today's video. We got more water to try. We got more corporations to talk about. Let's get back to it. If you go back to the 70s and you look how much water we drink out of bottles, and then you compare it to how much we drink it today, you will see that bottled water has had a wild ride over the last few decades. Like, this used to not be a thing, and now it is. That's partly because in the 80s and 90s, we drank so much soda and milk, something we've made a video about here before, and we realized that that's maybe not the best thing to drink all day, every day. CDC came out with all this stuff, we switched more to water. That's actually a great trend. It was also in part because of a death. The death of this. The public water fountain. The public water fountain was our way of saying, look, we did it. We found a way to make the most important substance on Earth clean and free, abundant to everyone. Let's put it in the middle of our cities to celebrate this huge step of civilization. They became a central symbol to the civil rights movement. Access to these water fountains.
Yeah.
They were a point of celebration. But then we went through a phase here in individualistic America where we cut back on public infrastructure, and water fountains fell prey to this. Pair that with a few contamination outbreaks at public water fountains, and by the 1990s, water fountains had turned from celebrated public offering to ugly but functional requirement for schools and offices. With my mom, like many parents, warning me that this part of the water fountain was actually a death trap. And then there was the tap, the stuff we have in our... This part of the water fountain was actually a death trap. And then there was the tap, the stuff we have in our home. There were a few major, highly publicized cases of contamination in people's tap water in America. And this added to an increase of skepticism, lack of faith in our public water infrastructure. People were losing faith in the tap. But wait, let's just clear something up right here and now. Is our water from the tap safe to drink here in America? It's kind of an important question. The answer is, by and large, yes. For most of us, it is totally safe. There's some geographical variation to this, and there's some nuance in what safe means, and I will get to that. But every expert I talked to said,
American tap water.
Thank you, Johnny Harris, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Products you're going to consume in a given day.
I'm a really big proponent of tap water as we should really value and treat as a really important thing.
Obviously, as a water sommelier, I really love the opportunity to taste waters from all over the world, but mostly I try to advocate for having fresh, clean tap water available to everybody. I drink that mostly myself.
yes, it's safe, but what matters is what people think. And into the 1990s, people really started to lose faith in the tap. And public water fountains really started to disappear. Here's what's so annoying is that I'm at the airport and I've got this, it's empty, and I can't find a water fountain anywhere. There's water bottles everywhere I look, but no water fountains. So it's like, even if I want to do this, there's just not infrastructure for it. What happened in the old days when water fountains were like at the center of everything? It's annoying. So here come the corporations. It's the 1990s, and we're drinking fewer sugary drinks. That's good. And the companies who make those sugary drinks see an opportunity. They already have big facilities where they bottle stuff and ship it all around the country. And they're now getting in trouble and under a lot of scrutiny for how much sugar they're pumping into the economy. Pepsi launches their brand Aquafina in 1994. And Coke launches Dasani a few years later. For all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Great tagline, guys. Nestle, who now is owned by another company but kind of makes everything, also got into the bottled water game. Now, bottled water had existed before this. They didn't invent this stuff, but it was kind of niche. It was in health food stores. It was very esoteric. Now it was going mainstream. And all these brands were using a clever little trick.
A lot of times bottled water is bottled tap water.
Taking a bunch of tap water, running it through some extra filtration, bottling it, and selling it for 2,500 times the cost. Seriously, 2,000. Even if you took away the price of the bottle and the cap and all of it, all the production costs, it's still around 2,000 times more. And we bought it. Bottled water started to surge. And today there's $352 billion worth of bottled water that is sold in a 500 billion plastic bottles. More plastic bottles than you and I can ever imagine. A few years ago, Reuters did a great 3D visualization of this. The moment you land on this page, the bottles start falling, starting to count up the number of plastic bottles that have been used since you opened the page. Kind of anxiety-inducing. Then it shows you how many bottles are consumed in a day, and then in an entire year. I mean, it's pretty nuts. It's a lot of plastic. For now, I'm going to try to stay focused on the central question to this video, which is, why do we pay a price that's 2,000 times greater for this than the stuff that comes out of the tap? But first, let's do another taste test. Okay, round two. What do we got here? I guess we've got some saltine crackers, which apparently there are water sommelier, people who taste water. It's a whole thing that I learned about during the reporting for this story. And these crackers are how they cleanse their palate between water tastings. Humans are interesting creatures. My palate is cleansed. I'm ready for my next round. Perfect. Here we go. First up, we've got this, and I don't know what it is, but I'm going to taste it. Tastes like water. Okay.
There's water
Maybe a little
sommeliers.
more minerally. I don't know. It's just. I like C the most. What is it? Dasani. Nice job, Dasani. Tap water has been repackaged and sold to me for 2,000 times the price. Good on you. I mean, it all tastes the same. If I'm just being honest, it all tastes the same. There's no noticeable difference for me. But hey, let's keep going. Okay, so am I about to tell you that the big greedy corporations tricked us all into buying their bottled water? No. Actually, the easiest, quickest answer to this whole thing is a lot of us buy bottled water because it's convenient. We want to drink more of this than sugary drinks. It's really easy to put it in our car or whatever. It's easy to throw away. And so having a single-use disposable plastic bottle is a habit that a lot of us convenience-minded people have developed more and more every year. That's at least what the market research says. But that doesn't mean there aren't shenanigans going on here. When there's billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars to be made in an industry, the corporations start to get a little bit misleading. That's what I want to shine a light on next. To go into the bottle and really tell you what's going on here. To go into the stories that these bottled water companies tell us, and if any of them are true. First up, let's look at this. So let me just super clarify that despite all of these images and
do we need to advertise
stories,
water?
most bottled water that is consumed in America, over 60%, is bottled tap water. It's tap water. It's gone through some extra filtration and purification. It is then put into a bottle and sold to you for 2,000 times the price. Okay, that's most of it. That's Dasani, Aquafina. The secret got out in 2004 when these guys were trying to get into the UK. They launched their big campaign of Dasani, and then people found out that it was just filtered London city water repackaged, and they were very angry. And then someone tested the water, and it came out that there was illegal amounts of cancer-causing contaminants in in Dasani's water, and the ruse was up. Not only was it tap water, but it also wasn't clean. Dasani had to cancel the launch and recall like hundreds of thousands of bottles.
No way.
Most people assume, especially because of the marketing around bottled water, that it would be significantly cleaner than tap water. And then in most cases, that's just not the case.
Again, if you are a consumer of bottled water because it's convenient for you, then maybe this is not that surprising or worrisome. But don't be deceived that this stuff and this stuff is coming from anywhere but the tap. Okay, but now you're asking, what about spring water?
Natural spring water. It may be the best tasting water on earth.
Spring water. This sounds delicious, right? It comes from a spring, just groundwater, untouched. There is a place called Poland Spring. It's up in Maine, and it was a wonderful spring for a few years until this company sucked it dry like decades ago. And now they get their water not from Poland Spring, which has been sucked dry by them, but from a bunch of other groundwater that they classify as a spring. People who are suing them say this isn't a spring. They say that it's a, quote, man-made gravel pit collecting groundwater that then has to be super purified and filtered to make it drinkable. Anyway, there's been a bunch of lawsuits. You can read about it in our citations, which gets us perfectly to this beauty. Man, the storytelling in this bottle is immaculate. And it is a true story in some ways. Fiji Water says that it is from the island of Fiji, that it is natural artisan water. It has natural electrolytes, and it's the smarter choice. As tropical rain slowly filters through volcanic rocks, it gathers electrolytes and minerals. It gives Fiji water its signature soft, smooth mouthfeel. How smart is that? They call themselves Earth's finest water, untouched by man until you open the bottle. Okay, so what's the deal here? This water does come from an aquifer on an island in the country of Fiji, which is a South Pacific island that is very far away from any other country. Water is their largest export, and the company that does this has caused all kinds of drama with the government, and it's a big thing that, like,
oh no, it's a banana republic for water.
Fiji water and the drama with Fiji.
Fiji water is like banana republic.
Goes into the bottle right here on the island of Fiji, and then gets put on a ship and shipped thousands and
it's
thousands
the Water
of
Republic.
kilometers. Like it's 8,000 kilometers to the port of LA. And the whole idea is that this water is different. It is special. It comes from this volcanic aquifer, and therefore it is extra special. And they really wanted you to think that in the early days when they came out with this ad campaign. The label says Fiji because it's not bottled in Cleveland. Super snarky. But then watch what happens. The city of Cleveland Water Authority fires back by taking some of this Fiji water and running a bunch of tests on them.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Tap water authorities have to run like 100 tests a day or something on their water to make sure it's safe. They did that on Fiji water and found that it had a significant amount of arsenic, which is like a heavy metal that causes cancer if you have too much of it and is not good. It comes naturally in a lot of water.
Fiji had
you don't
arsenic.
Want too much of it.
Like
Fiji
a lot
water
of it.
had less than the legal limit, but they still had a presence of arsenic, says
Arsenic.
Cleveland. And then they come out and say, our water in Cleveland, the tap water that you just made us feel bad about, basically has zero arsenic. Fiji, so much for your artisan water. Total slam dunk by Cleveland. Don't pick on Cleveland. All of this for water that, yes, tells a good story and has beautiful images, but ultimately costs way more, thousands of times more than the tap. And, as we've seen, requires a lot of energy and transportation to get onto store shelves. Okay, but does it taste better? Let's find out. All right, here we go, round 3. Okay.
I'm gonna shut my door, it's kind of cold.
Definitely more minerals, maybe?
Or actually,
Kind of rusty or like minerally. I don't know. I am not into that for some reason. I guess I'm into B. What is it? No way! I swear to the Lord above that this is an actual experiment. And I actually prefer this. I don't know, maybe because it's familiar, but it just tastes nicer. And it doesn't have any microplastics. Tap water. Coming in strong. All right, let's keep going. Okay, now let's talk about health claims, because more and more you see water that isn't just about purity, but it claims to like be better for you. Like it's ionized alkaline water. There's so much alkaline water these days. Alkaline, pH. This Icelandic spring water says that it is naturally alkaline. Alkaline just means that the pH number is high, meaning it's not very acidic. The lower the number, the more acidic, the higher the number, the more alkaline. Core hydration, perfectly balanced pH. Alkaline, pH, perfectly balanced hydration, ionized sport water, pH of 9+. Proprietary electrolyte formula. It's built for all-day hydration for the athlete and all of us. Wow. Makes you think like there's something real special in this bottle. These waters claim something more than just hydration. I'm going to go through each of the claims real quick. I'll put all of the studies in the sources. Let's first start with the one claim that actually has some merit behind it, which is minerals. When we drink water from nature, it comes with minerals in it. Minerals like calcium and magnesium. And minerals are good for us. They're good for our bones. They're good for our heart. They help our body function better. So some studies link mineral water with better health in some of these areas. Now, the catch is a lot of your tap water is often hard or has minerals in it, and you're getting minerals from a bunch of other stuff that you eat if you have a varied diet. But if you're somebody who wants to include more minerals in your life, having mineral water, whether it's added in, like a lot of this stuff has for taste, or it's from a natural spring that has a bunch of minerals, that's great. That's actually scientifically good for you. People also use minerals for taste. Like minerals are the one thing that really affect what your water tastes and feels like in your mouth. So minerals, they're legit. They've always been a part of water, and they should always be a part of water. Okay, what about alkaline? This word alkaline. Essentia, #1 ionized alkaline water. Alkaline just means not acidic. And the theory and kind of inference behind this claim is that your body needs to retain a certain alkalinity. It can't be too acidic. And that by drinking this water, you will have, as some say, perfectly balanced pH. Is this more than water? Does the alkalinity make a big difference? I wish it did. It does not, at least according to science, or in other words, the Mayo Clinic. They say for most people, alkaline water is not better than just plain water. That's great. It's just like so straightforward. Mayo Clinic. Dietitian from the Cleveland Clinic says that science does not support these claims. It is marketing hype. And to top it off with a third, the British Journal of Sports Medicine concludes that the claim of alkaline or ionized water having positive health effects have a flimsy rationale and no rigorous experimental support. Okay, but what about electrolytes? Electrolytes is a word we've been hearing since the 90s when it comes to like hydration. That seems legit, and indeed it is. Electrolytes are minerals like salt that hold on to water, and when you are sweating a lot, they do indeed help you replenish your hydration level quicker. That's why they're like the special ingredient in sports drinks like Gatorade. But the reality is that most of us aren't sweating like these guys, super sweaty, like NFL, like volleyball players who are just like sweating. Like they are sweating. Those are real athletes who are sweating all the time. They need to replenish way faster. I go on a 45-minute jog once a day or something and I sweat. I don't need a ton of electrolytes to replenish. I have the rest of the day to do it. So it turns out that electrolyte infused water doesn't confer any extra special benefits than the hydration of just regular water, including the water from the tap out of my old whiskey bottle. And that is the upshot of all of this. All of this water that has been story told and packaged to us is really not that much different than this, the stuff that came out of my tap. Now again, there's some nuance depending on where you live. That might not be the case, but for 90% of Americans, you're not getting much else out of this other than convenience, which if that's why you're buying it, go for it. It is a psychological paradox that people are so willing to mistrust their tap water and so willing to buy into the hype of water that is sold to them with a story and pay 2,000 times the price for it. And that's kind of what's going on with all of this. Let's finish this video by talking about tap water. Finally, is your tap water safe and clean? I've said a million times that yes, it is. And now I'm going to throw a little gray area nuance at you, and you will be potentially unsatisfied with the answer, as I am kind of unsatisfied with the answer, but I promise it'll all make sense. I'm going to empower you with knowledge here. In the United States, over 90% of the municipal water sources, or community-based water treatment that comes out of the tap, is clean, which is amazing. The stuff that comes out of the hose and the shower and goes into the toilet and the tap, it's all abundant, clean, safe drinking water. Okay, but watch what happens when I go to this website, Environmental Working Group. If you type in your zip code here, not my real zip code, you will see a bunch of data about your tap water. All of this represents the different contaminants that are in your water. It's basically impossible to have water that has 0 trace contaminants. But this group, this environmental working group, has come along and said, yes, this stuff is legal, but it's not ideal. We could do better. If we had a better water system, we would not have this much arsenic, 0.109 parts per billion. They want us to have 0.004. The government is okay with us having 10, and you can see that I'm like 1% of that. I'm still well below the legal limit, but EWG says that we can do better.
There's not a black and white here. There's not a yes, you're safe, no, you're not. Figuring out how high you are above the guideline, that does matter. The higher it is, the higher the risk.
See how this is kind of an unsatisfying answer? Like, yes, the water in America is super clean in 90% of the jurisdictions, but according to EWG, there's still a way for us to go. And the point they're trying to make, and I think one that is very compelling, is that this will only happen, we only get to this like near perfect water if all of us are bought in to having a better water system. Instead, we spend thousands of times more on this stuff, this corporate storytelling about health claims and purity that are often overblown and sometimes totally misleading. So we invest our money in buying their bottles instead of demanding better tap water. So I will be walking away from this story with a deeper appreciation for the miracle of abundant, clean drinking water. I will be walking away with more skepticism towards all of these claims of alkalinity and minerality and increased performance. And I think ultimately I will be feeling a deep sense of gratitude at the fact that I even have access to clean water. There are a lot of people in this world who do not have reliable access to clean water, and that is what Team Water is all about. Me and a bunch of other creators are teaming up this month to raise awareness and money to bring clean drinking water to communities that don't have it. We're trying to raise $40 million, and luckily the biggest creators on the platform are doing this as well, so I think we can actually do it, but it's going to take a huge effort. We have between now and the end of the month to do this, and all of that money will go to WaterAid, which is a reputable, vetted, nonprofit organization that provides clean water access to people who don't have it. So this is a way to have a little bit of money go a really long way. Please consider donating to Team Water. The link will be in the description.
Team Water for the win. If I had any money, I would. If I had any money, I would, but I don't. I've got a monthly budget and I'm already at it.
Thanks, dramatic. Cheesy. I love it. Like
I have to go drop $30 on a fucking haircut, and I'm unhappy about that.
It's good. It could be better. I'm gonna get a filter for under my sink and just do that to feel like I'm 100% good. But we're pretty damn good. Do that to feel.
Yeah, I want a water filter for under my sink. Easy change water filtration system. They're expensive. Annual cost is like $100. $450 slab tested. What is the easiest, cheapest solar panel? Come on, big money. $15K in chips, that's not bad. I will take it and go horse racing with it. Why don't you sit down? It's post time. Snatched your mama. Take a lover's speed. Ah, Lover Speed. 130. I won both bets, huh? I did. I won both bets. Nice. Sweet Relief. Take Mr. Worthwhile. Snatch Your Mama. I'm doing pretty well today. 150. Take Los Santos Savior. Oh, Snatched Your Mama. Mr. Worthwhile. $160, not bad, not bad. Better than nothing.
And the winner is number 3.
Better than nothing. I want to buy another house and put all my trophies in it. There she blows. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Moons are nice. There she blows. I didn't bet this one. 160 off nothing, not bad.
Just off the lead third, it's the 3.
Charlie.
Second best.
There's no security. Brock Chanley. He's last. Hennigan's Steed. Fuck. I'm gonna go take a teleport out. I'm up, so just gonna stop while I'm ahead.
Thanks for your business. A car's on its way.
Beautiful. Oh, kitty. Okay, coming. Coming, kitty. Hold on. Hey, babe, don't come in? Yeah, come on in. Come on in. You're always... Yeah, this is your home. Yeah. Hey. How you doing? Doing okay? Kind of a shitty day, huh? Yeah. At least we got each other, huh? Yeah, you got me, kid. Oh, don't step on my keyboard, though. No, don't step on my keyboard. No. Yeah, Bram. Yeah. Oh, hello, you little terrorist. Yeah, you're like a little terrorist. You're like a terrorist, kitty. Yeah. Hello, little terrorist kitty. I love you. I'm so glad we get to share our old age together. It was a really good ending to a sad story, you know? Lost everything, lost Cloud, lost my home, lost my family, lost my friends, lost my money. Cast a curse on somebody who deserved it, and it all bounced and came right back to me. And being able to share my old age with you, kitty, is a good, you know, it's a good reward for reaching the end of all of it. I'm glad you're here with me. Oh, purr for the microphone. Yeah, though, can they hear you? Let's mic the kitty. Let's mic the kitty. Can you guys hear it? Probably can't, huh? That's okay. Anyways, gonna fix the mic here. We're gonna go back to it. We're looking for something on Vespucci Beach or whatever it is. Hello, kitty. Damn it, kitty, I'm trying to work. I work every day. Whether you stand on me or not. Where do you stand on me, kitty? Very high, very high. Oh, it's a cat butt. Hello, cat. Supposed to go get my haircut. I'm gonna go get my haircut today at noon. In about an hour, kitty, but we got about an hour to cuddle. I'll give you some sweet loving. Oh. Purr, purr, purr. Purr, purr, purr. Purr, purr. There it is, I think. No. Oh, collect the spray can. You collected the spray can. Spray LS tags on posters each day to earn cash. Tag them all in a day to earn a bonus reward. LS tags on posters. Oh, I found it.
A car will be with you soon.
Thank you. Don't disconnect me. Oh, I love you, kitty. Wait, you can just convert. Wow, you can just convert all miscellaneous. Or so yeah. Oh shit! Did I do my digipix though? Shit, I think I did. I just fucking like tore apart all my digipix. I think I did. Wait, no, I gotta reload. I gotta reload. What do you mean? Auto save back. Go back. I lost the progress. It's okay. I gotta be careful with those digipix. Damn it! I wish you could lock them. Tis a good kitty.
Where to exactly? All right, I'll get you there.
Cool. Black market antiquities, Astra. Maybe I should start putting those in the hold.
Why must you provoke me further?
Why must you provoke me further?
Have you lost your mind? You cannot possibly. I am going to do my best to get past this, and the next time we arrive in port, I am leaving. It would do you well to reflect on how you arrived here, and what you want.
Andreja left me.
Ah, a face I never mind see. I am at your side.
Okay.
Yes, you need something? The stars are brighter than they used. Then I shall be sure.
Oh, good, I didn't lose her. I think because I killed somebody. What is it you're doing? You're like caught. You idiot. I'll take the CV down the road and call for another cab. It's a Prius. This is the car that I have. I love how quiet Priuses are. Don't care. Hey. Hey. What's up, kitty?
Should be with you soon.
You can go outside if you want to. You wanna go outside? No? Okay. Yeah, did you have some good lunch? Yeah? Some good lunch for kitty?
Where are we heading? Okay, let's go.
Getting a little bit older, aren't you, kitty? You get a little bit more doting. A little bit more contemplative, a little bit more inside kitty. As opposed to the feral cat that's inside you. I like the domesticated side of you, sissy. I think it's a beautiful thing. Briggs control terminal. Prisoners 0. Criminal civilian. Release all prisoners. Secure all prisoners. Open all doors. Close all doors. Flood lamp tripod. Ouch, kitty, don't scratch.
For that extra cash, I can get you there extra quick.
Good kitty. The hell is that? There's like black smoke coming out of it. You're always welcome to come and sit with me on a rainy day, kitty. You could be my rainy day buddy. My rainy day friend. Yeah, you're just gonna sit with me? Alright. Pull this back a bit. Sorry, kitty. So, I am exiting ship.
I will never grow weary of seeing places like this.
Weird I can't see her because the FOV, I guess.
Let's go! Here they are. Take your best shot.
I love the combat.
You cannot beat me. Where
She
have they
burned
gone?
Ooh, Smuggler's Rock.
Outcome is a certainty. We were destined to succeed.
God damn, a ton of people fucking died. Oh no, there's just a bunch of grazers that they killed, I guess. I love the area loot. Other games should do as well. Like, I don't have to go fucking hunt for all the bodies. It's so fucking nice. I'm so glad I bought that fucking mod. The hell is that? Nice. Well, hello, love. Hi. Yeah, you wanna come over here? Come over here. Yeah. No? You wanna stay on me? Okay, you can stay on me, but I'm working. Hello. Oops. I think I might be running low on blend and I need to go buy some. Yeah, when I run out, I'll go get some. Man, I'm still riding this fucking taxi out to the stash. Oh, phone's ringing. Bear with me just a minute, please. I'm gonna mute. Okay, sorry about that. Got a phone call.
Traveling with you is rarely dull.
We left it like a terrible time. I forgot how important it is to like stop in the ship and I want to go back to the ship here. Oh, it's a good kitty. Siri, RSVP yes to this message.
Who do you want to message?
Mom.
Okay, sending. To cancel, you can also press the digital crown on.
August 23rd, huh? Okay. Seer, what are we doing? Oh, I'm getting up. Oh, kitty.
What's going on?
They're all dead now, huh? I had like two grenades in that tiny room. That's what's so scary about stash houses is explosions. Yeah, that killed everybody. Oh, yeah, that killed everybody. You can see it. There's like boxes knocked over and naked like girls like knocked all over each other and dead on the floor and shit. I mean, yeah, it sucks. I mean, just don't do operate stash houses and this wouldn't happen to you. I never operated stash houses. I always kept my drugs somewhere else, and I won't say where because it's kind of like doxing me. But 28/11/97. Where is this safe? Oh, here we go. Okay, now we exit the stash house. I'm gonna blow up any cars that fuck with me. I'm gonna call my yellow car here. Please. Yep, request a personal vehicle, please. Here comes the opposition. How did that miss, motherfucker? What are you talking about? Fuck was that? He rolled up on a bike. Fuck was that? He like rolled up on a fucking BMX bike. That guy was a clown. He NPC clown. He like rolled up on a fucking BMX bike and got shotgun before he could do anything. Yeah, way to roll up to a gunfight on a BMX bike, you fucking idiot. You're gonna get shotgunned or whatever. You need something between you and bullets. You need something, even if it is a car. You need something, you know. There it is. I got it. It's mine. Wahaha. 4.5 million. What do I do now? I take the free teleport home. I've done G's cash, the stash, and I should go sell a load of stuff. Oh, it's a pretty kitty. I mean, I'm done here, huh? I can just fucking leave. I'm just gonna leave. I got so close to that fucking survey and then I didn't get it done because I couldn't find animals. Jump to that and see if we can get that done. Surveying a planet is not the worst thing. Yeah. Deserted biotics lab. Let's go to the crash site. Yeah, the Kodos crash site. Hopefully these are the things that I need. There's lots of animals here, which is good. What time of day is it? Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Oh, kitty, I love you. Oh, there it is. I forgot. 2:10 UT. I don't know what time that is, like local, but whatever. We'll just get up. Exit ship. Might
See what wonders of life this planet hosts.
Whoa. 100% scanned. 100% scanned. I need a flora. Some kind of flora. Let's ride the vehicle in one direction. Add sandstorm. At least we're in the vehicle. I do like this game. It's got a lot of cool RP to it. So now I've made enemies of all those bugs nearby. Hunting bone shell. Hunting bones.
Take them down!
Sage shrub.
All systems go!
We have scared them off, it seems.
Sage shrub. Lots of fucking POIs now with all these mods I added. Sage shrub, sage shrub. Sage shrub. Walking horn grazer. Sage shrub. Walking horn grazer. Hi. Yeah, you want a good spot on the pillow? It's a good pillow. Move the cell phone out of your way. It's a good pillow, kitty. Hunting bone shell. Flocking horn grazer. There's a really small grazer. Look, there's super huge ones and then there's really tiny ones. I like the alien randomizer. I think it was a really good idea for a mod. Wish other games would do this. They could have had like a ton more mobs because the small ones don't take up that much space. You know? And it really does make the fucking world feel like really, like, you know, varied.
We soar like the eagles of old.
Geophage. Something attacked me. Sage shrub. Iron. The conditions are fucking terrible. I can't see anything. Aluminum. Morning grazer. Water, sage shrubs.
We'll get there in no time.
Aluminum. That thing's like a boss bone shell. There's ecliptics fighting these aliens. This game looks awesome.
Neutralize the target.
Did they have anything of value?
Nice. This POI feels fucking awesome. The modder's like a better fucking like level designer than Bethesda. Why am I not hitting this thing? Finally, motherfucker. You ate like 500 rounds. What the fuck was this? Did I loot him? No. Game looks good. There's like all this like steam blowing through. It's nighttime, but the lighting effects are pretty good. It does feel like an alien planet. Oh, it's a wonderful kitty. Kitty. Sorry I woke you up, kitty. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the last scan is. Maybe we just land somewhere like water or something, like way over on the other side. Yep. Ocean. Cannot land here. Savannah. We'll go to the savannah. Oh, she bumped my camera. Sorry, guys. There we go.
If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's a beautiful day. Oh, I love the breakable windows. He thought he was safe. You're not safe. It's glass, bitch. The bullets are gonna go right through it. Like, what's wrong with Bethesda? Oh, that's the first time I've used the breakable windows. Look, I fucking wasted him. He thought he was safe. You're not safe, bitch. Look, it breaks well, too.
You're nothing.
Meal pack shrimp. I was hoping it was a magazine. I love Starfield. I love Starfield. I think I'm gonna put 1,000 hours into it or something. Next month I'm gonna blow like another $50. I'm gonna blow $50 every month for a couple of months just buying mods. Until I either hit my limit or...
Already. I'm moving. Fire!
I think she's moving.
I smell credits. On me, let's move. Gotcha.
The fuck was that? She's on the other side of the door, I guess. Cycle, damn it. I blew up his jetpack. Stop cycling this stupid thing. I love the combat, I won't lie. I like this combat so much. I think it's funny. Like, I think it's better than Fallout 4. Way better than Fallout 4. They said Fallout 4 has its moments. It definitely does. Like, when you blow off, like, an atomic nuke, you know, chain gun, and you see all these nukes go up, and it blows up, like, half a factory and stuff. Fallout 4 did have really good fucking combat. It definitely did. But it wasn't good like this, where it's, like, fast and brutal and bloody. Oh, God, I need a blood mod. I wonder if I can get an achievement-free blood mod. I'll swipe another $5. Right, I've got all the mods downloaded, so all the slow part's over. Right, I can go back to the I want to go to the creation menu. Oh, I should turn the music on too, or I don't know. I'll turn the music on in a minute. I love Starfield. To me, it is their best game. It definitely has the most content and the best combat. My problem with Bethesda games is you really have to get like pretty far before the combat even gets remotely fun, really. Skyrim was fun pretty much right away. Real Fuel, they really want to push that one. Like, why? So it's like more annoying. Anyways, I am doing a search for blood. And I am looking for enhanced blood textures. If they're achievement friendly. They're lore friendly, but they're not achievement friendly. That gun. Better Living Outpost Store. Let's look at the enhanced blood textures guys like list. That's it, huh? I don't see anything like that. No. So what about blood? I wish Gorefield was yeah, like I wish I had this. I like this guy, but money does grow on trees. Cred sticks are actually organic. Plants, to be specific. Wow. Oh yeah, you bombed me out, did you? I don't know. I guess the best I can do is go to the casino, really. So, Forgotten Frontiers POI expansion. Is it low? Is it achievement friendly? I don't have this one. 5 striking handcrafted areas. Yeah, I'll probably end up buying a whole bunch of these to just expand how the world looks. I wouldn't mind the Ancient Mariner module. I think that would be good. Comes with some interesting decorations, like the bed. The bed's good. The chest isn't bad. Oh yeah, the death mod, right? The death mod. Problem with the death mod is you do need to save. Or what was the other one that I had that was achievement friendly? Death is achievement friendly after the installation of death, with the exception of a single autosave created by using a new item called save injector labeled save and quit. See, I never remember to save and quit. That's the problem. There was another hardcore mod. Death. Dynamic universe. Sleep to save might be pretty good, but it's not really. Yeah, I don't know. Sleep to save was cool, but then you forget to save. Yeah, it just makes the game more annoying, though. It's a good mod. No one wouldn't mind it. This guy is really skilled. So, but no blood mod, which is kind of sad. I really wish there was a blood mod. What about gore? Maybe gore brings something up. Oops, I don't mean to. Dark Star total gameplay overhaul. Shame. Alright, we looked. Continue. Confirm your last save from Kodos. I guess oh, yep, I do a trip to ammunition. GTA 5 Enhanced looks like how I thought video games were going to look way back then. I was like, man, games are starting to look so good. Sometimes you would see, like, at the right moment, at the right time, on, like, the PlayStation 2, with the right sun and the right settings and stuff, you would see a really beautiful scene like this, and you would be like, oh, God, gaming's getting so good. And I mean, it wouldn't look like that all the time. Now it's starting to look like that, like, all the time, which is cool. I like this camera just because it shows off the fucking graphics of the game way more. Playing this reminds me of GTA 2. Like, I'm sorry, this camera reminds me of GTA 2. It reminds me of how GTA 2 plays. It's sort of interesting. GTA 2 was essentially like a stick game. I mean, you could play it on keyboard, and people did. But, you know, you had a stick on the Dreamcast or the PlayStation 2. And you would play GTA 2. And it was entirely top-down. So was GTA 1. And you would hold the A button and you would tilt the stick left or right. And that was pretty much the entirety of the gameplay. And your character would go around on a top-down thing with, like, tank controls, pretty much. And you could fire with the right trigger, but that was about it. Like switch weapons with D-pad, I think, but that was about it. Then enter car was triangle, or whatever. Oh, did I get it? Yeah, I did. Nice. Easy peasy. Let's go in there and buy some armor. Oops, that's not it, is it? It's that's the discount store. Maybe I'll go see if they've got anything good to buy. Hi. How you doing? Eh. I look pretty pimpin' that. I'm gonna do the egotist. Oh, I can't do the glasses though. Yeah, to browse accessories, yeah. Can't do the sunglasses. I'll have to go into the appearance menu. I don't know. Yeah, because when I go into this, it makes the world orange, which I don't want. Yeah, see? So how do we fix that? It's like, no, it's V, appearance, accessories, glasses. Can't have the glasses. I mean, I don't have any chains. Can I buy a chain? I want to get a chain. Outfits. No, I don't want to browse outfits. I want to browse accessories. There we go. You don't sell any chains? Well, where can I get that from? That's dumb. Damn, this car's like all fancy for some reason. Why is this car all fancy? Okay, we're back in. Let's turn the music on. I was gonna go get my hair cut and go to the dispensary. I don't know, if I go get my haircut, I'll have to do another Starfield load. But I would like to get my haircut, y'all. I don't know. I believe I will. I'm gonna go get my haircut. I'll be back, guys, in like, I don't know, 40 minutes, something like that. I'm gonna go get my hair cut. It's not very, the barbershop's not very far away, but it's something that I would like to get out of the way. So I will. I'm gonna bomb out of Starfield and do this whole fucking mod load again, which is such a pain in the fucking ass, but that's alright. The minute that I get home, I'll queue it up and I'll start it. That way it'll be ready by the time the stream started. So I'm gonna pause this stream. Sorry guys, I need a haircut rather badly, so I'm gonna go get one. Start stream. I want to fire up Starfield and eat lunch. No pizza for Kitty.
Of course you do.
In just a few short years, how did we go from broadcasters making subtle references to gamblers?
There are some people happy, some not so happy.
And there are some going, I can't believe what just happened.
To this.
A record Caesar's
Super dope partner.
The biggest parlay I've ever hit. Over $500,000.
Well, it's a funny story. To me, this isn't just research or something that's academic. I mean, it's something I grew up around. I've been around it my whole life. I'm from Hot Springs, Arkansas, which once upon a time was America's gambling capital. Long before Vegas was Vegas, Hot Springs was Vegas in the United States. I grew up in a town where there was a bookie on the Chamber of Commerce. I grew up going to the racetrack with my family on the weekends. It wasn't something that I saw as being some sort of behavior that was pathological or taboo. That's just what we did for fun. And it wasn't until I was able to leave that place and travel a bit to realize that not everybody in America thought about it the same way, especially not in the 80s and 90s. I mean, Pete Rose was a big deal.
Mr. Rose has accepted baseball's ultimate sanction, which is lifetime ineligibility.
Did you bet on your own team?
Yes. There's a name for it, gambling on sporting events. It's called gaming. It's clandestine, immensely profitable, and entirely illegal, except in the state of Nevada.
I bet just about every week, yeah, on the football games.
A couple of dollars makes the game more interesting.
Today, if you want to bet on a game, you can log on to any one of these apps, and there's literally tens of thousands of different bets that you can make on any given day. There's just a fire hose of bets that are sprayed directly into your face. And that's not how it always used to work. If you made a legal, regulated bet in Nevada, you had to walk into a sports book, probably in a casino like Caesar's Palace. There was a small menu of things that you could choose from and bet on. You could bet what's called a side, which is picking which side in a game would win, or you could bet on a total.
The barber was closed. I have to go tomorrow.
Scored in a match would be over or under a certain number. You could bet some futures, like what team will win the championship in certain sport this year, but that's pretty much it. The idea that you could bet on literally tens of thousands of things every day would have been outrageous back then. That's because the sports books in places like the Stardust in Las Vegas, they operated as amenities to the customers. Casinos only had sports books in order to bring in customers who wanted to bet on the game and hope that they would stay in the casino and gamble on other things. In that sense, it sort of operated as a loss leader for the casino and was subsidized or bankrolled by the rest of the casino. Today, a lot of the sports books that we bet with in America don't have casinos bankrolling them. That puts a lot of pressure on the sports book to make money through sports bets. This can be confounding and frustrating for the shareholders of these publicly traded companies when the CEO has to come to a earnings meeting and tell them that all the favorites covered this season.
While we experienced the most customer-friendly stretch of NFL sport outcomes we've ever seen early in the fourth quarter, which pressures our revenue and adjusted EBITDA in the short term, the overall trajectory of our business is strong.
Customer-friendly stretch of NFL outcomes is code for the bettors won too much.
Just last night, the Bengals make that two-point conversion, and that last touchdown doesn't go in for a fourth parlay, then would have been very different outcomes. So, things can swing either way.
Understood. Looked like pass interference to me. Thank you very much.
Unlike a lot of businesses in America, the interest of the business and the business's customers here are incredibly diametrically opposed. And so that means that in order for a sports book to make more money, they have to win more money, which is to say that
oh my god, there's like a quarter pound of grease in this bag.
That is a far more problematic dynamic that exists with the expansion of sports betting right now, the relationship between the customer and the provider. I think that creates a relationship to this activity that's a lot different than what the relationship between the bettor and the bookie used to be. The earliest sports in America were literally just foot races. Those foot races were put together by gamblers for the purposes of betting on. I mean, up until about 1950, the most popular sports in America are baseball, horse racing, and boxing. And baseball really only started to grow in popularity in America when gambling was outlawed at the horse races. And so the bookmakers would start taking bets on ball games from the stands. So we see this sort of cycle where sports in America have really grown in popularity and become a bigger part of American culture because people could figure out how to gamble on it.
Bet on them now at 9-1.
There's always been this question about the morality of it and how much betting on it has a corrupting influence on the sport. But What we know is that even when gambling is prohibited, people have continued to do it. In some ways, gambling is as American as apple pie. There was this real anti-tax attitude.
Yeah, I'm feeling real American. Like, I'm liking my guns, I'm liking my gambling, I'm liking my adult video games like Grand Theft Auto and Mortal and shit like this. I'm liking my adult stuff, and I like my gambling, and I think I would like to be a horse race gambler.
Colonists and the way they got around.
I don't think I ever want to spend more than $5 on a bet. You know, I don't think I'll ever spend more than $5 on a horse bet. But I would like to spend that $5 on a horse bet and really be looking at the outcome, you know.
Around that was they implemented lotteries as sort of a voluntary tax. What's sometimes called a sin tax was very attractive to government leaders who didn't want to tax people who didn't want to pay taxes.
Yeah, the sin tax.
Things like that Simpsons episode about the Bear Patrol where everybody wants things, but they don't want to necessarily pay for it. Out of the American Revolution. So gambling has always been a part of the fabric of America, going right to the very beginning of America's founding. Most of us who are just regular recreational gamblers, we want to put a little bit at risk, but we like the idea or the promise that we can win a lot. And that's why lotteries are tremendously popular.
Record-breaking Powerball jackpot has reached $1.6 billion.
The chances of hitting the top prize are only 1 in 292 million. There is a chance.
If you're not in it, you can't win it.
Government has come to really depend on gambling revenues. I mean, we've got literally tens of billions of dollars in tax revenue from the local and state federal government collected from gambling all over.
Because we like gambling. We like beer. We like sex. We like gambling. We like pretty women and our Hollywood and all this. And we like our, like NASCAR, you know, we like in our baseball and shit. We like our sports. And yeah, and I think horse racing is a gentleman's sport.
And there's some form of gambling in every state except for 2. Now they're looking at sports betting as being just the latest chapter in a way that they can create brand new tax revenues without having to raise more traditional taxes on people.
This kind of gaming used to be extremely taboo, but when you look at all the tax revenue possible, states legalizing
this, it's like pitch black.
It was a pretty easy pitch. They essentially went in and said, pass this bill, we'll open up in your state, and we'll give you all the money you need to do it.
In Montana, it goes to fund STEM scholarship funds. In Illinois, it's specifically directed to fund improvements to roads and schools. And in Colorado, it goes towards the state's water conservation plan.
For the longest time, the professional sports leagues in America were vehemently opposed to gambling in any way, shape, or form. The NFL wouldn't even let NBC advertise the show Las Vegas during NFL broadcasts on their network. That's how little they wanted to be associated with gambling. They didn't even want the network to advertise a television show that was set in Las Vegas on their football broadcasts. There was this feeling that being associated with gambling would somehow hurt the leagues and their credibility and their integrity.
I think we still strongly oppose in that room and otherwise legalize sports gambling. The integrity of our game is number one. We will not compromise on that.
It so happens that
I don't know. I think gambling's half of sports.
The constitutionality of the federal ban.
What I was really fighting for was each state's ability to make their own choice.
The Supreme Court will allow states to legalize sports betting.
But first, legislation must be passed at the state level.
The first thing we saw was a pretty big marketing push.
You make so much noise. Here's a bonus bet for you and the boys.
The marketing was mostly geared towards young men.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, gambling.
Already had been playing what's called daily fantasy sports, but hadn't necessarily ever bet on sports before. I mean, the biggest stars that you could think of were being enlisted to be in sports betting commercials, to be spokespeople for sports betting companies, athletes. Even the leagues started to sign deals with sports books. They wanted a piece of the pie from the sports betting boom. And they said, if you're going to use our data to process bets and make odds or whatever you're going to do, you're going to pay us a big fee for it.
We think we should be compensated in certain ways for the additional costs we're going to incur through various integrity measures.
So the sports leagues immediately got involved and got into bed with the sports books right away. There was no hesitation at all once it was all legal.
The Supreme Court ruled, we have to adjust.
The Supreme Court made the decision. We've got to adjust to that.
I mean, now you can't go to a professional sporting event in America these days without seeing ads for sports books all over the stadiums and arenas.
People are so upset at sports betting now. They're being forced, the uncouth nature of it, and it's this infiltration of sports that is really frustrating people because people love sports and they want
Yeah, right along with Clash of Clans, I think goes NFL DraftKings stuff.
to enjoy this innocent.
It's weird. I think kids can get exposed to it fairly early.
With their kids, with their friends, without being, forced to watch. Charles Barkley told them that his parlay the other day.
Ain't never lost gambling. Your record is 3-25. That's my record for real? Yes, thank you, FanDuel. Hey, you think it do? I'm going on a winning streak, brothers.
You know what? Some would call this wagering, gambling. I think the way you sold this, no, I think what it is risk-free investment. That's the way to look at it.
They're not professional bettors, but they're misrepresenting themselves as people who are experts in this industry when they really have no idea what they're talking about. Once again, furthering this idea that if you know about sports, you know about sports betting, which is why so many people lose money. They think they have an edge when they don't. And it's something that gambling companies prey upon. It's something that announcers reinforce, and it's a problem not only for kids, but for everybody betting on sports.
If I had to bet football as much as I know, I tell you what, in a year or so, I'd be living under a freeway overpass.
These new sports bettors today are especially susceptible to one of the worst bets you can make, the same game parlay.
Not only can you bet on the Yankees to win, but you can bet on the Yankees to win and Garrett Cole to have a certain number of strikeouts and Aaron Judge to hit a home run. And the products are a lot of fun, and in particular what they allow people to do is risk a very small amount of money and win a very large amount of money all in one game.
I will never
These
grow
bets
weary
are
of seeing
incredibly
places
lucrative
like
for the
this.
sports books. Why? Because they're very hard to hit, but also they're very hard to calculate what the right price should be. When you start to add all these random, weird, correlated or negatively correlated events, the math to figure out what the fair price should be becomes very, very complex. Hardly any of us can do it. So the sportsbook can then bake into those bets a very, very big margin.
When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap.
A typical bet on whether a team will cover the spread, the type of bet that used to be the bread and butter of Las Vegas sportsbook or barroom bookies, would deliver a 5 to 6% return to the sportsbook. A single game parlay, by comparison, will typically return up to 30% to the sportsbook.
All my kids are addicted, and I shouldn't say addicted, I don't mean that. But when they like the wrong games, you know why? They like the parlays, and they somehow think that a parlay is easy. Could you please tell people how hard it is to win on a parlay?
Well, you don't win as much, but when you win more, and that's kind of why people like it, because when they win, they get a big multiple on their money.
This makes these bets sort of the credit default swap of sports betting. It's sort of like that scene in The Big Short with the Jenga pieces. That's what these are. You're putting together a financial product that as you build these things up, it's worse and worse for you, right? The chances of you winning, but also how bad the bet you're making gets worse and worse. And this is a hard thing for people to understand because I think most Americans just assume every bet's a bad bet. The house always wins. Of course, whenever I make a bet, I'm supposed to lose. So what difference does it make? I'd rather get the biggest possible payout for the few times that I do win. And that's the problem with that thinking, which I think is very prevalent among gamblers in America today, is that it's not actually true in sports betting. In sports betting, you actually can win. And you actually can have an advantage and have the best of it when you're making your bets. Fundamentally, people should want sports books and betting on sports to be fair. And I don't know that it is fair right now, and I don't know that there's any real pressure being placed on sports books to be fair to their customers. Their marketing and what they advertise to people is that you can win, and that you can win a lot of money.
When have we ever thought that casinos were fair? I don't think casinos are fair.
If you show any real ability to effectively handicap a game,
blackjack and roulette is fair.
They will limit
Texas
your bets
Hold'em.
and essentially kick you out of the sports book. They will not let you win. Can you talk to me a little bit about how sports books treat you once you start winning?
They don't want to accept your bets. If you're in a VIP program, either a VIP host will be nice and tell you, sorry, you've been limited, you're no longer wanted here. A lot of the time they'll just ghost you, which kind of sucks. But yeah,
the game
don't
crashed.
Want to accept winning customers.
Can you tell me about what those VIP programs are like? And
yeah, they're great while you're in them. You get all sorts of perks, whether it's deposit bonuses or profit boosts or free sports tickets, all of these things.
A lot of winning bettors do everything they can to hide their identity from the sports books, including bet under other people's accounts. so that the sportsbooks don't know it's them.
Well, I have other friends who have accounts, and I have people who will put on, their action on my behalf, and I'll have a Google sheet that tracks P&L and payments and everything like that, and what's owed where.
Sportsbooks have always profiled their players for people who are sharp or skilled bettors who can win long term. But as sports betting has grown in the United States, they have so many bets to manage, so many players.
You have almost an infinite number of choices that you can bet on.
At this point, bookmakers are computer programs and not people who are experts in their craft. They're operating at such high volume and speed that it's easier just to boot the winners and keep the losers.
I would get these promotions because I was in their Diamond VIP status, and they were talking about, when I make Onyx, I'll be able to get free tickets, etc. So I was excited about that, and I asked for tickets for, certain US Open event, and he's like, if you make Onyx, I can probably hook that up for you. So I was upping my volume with that goal of hitting Onyx, and eventually found myself not able to bet as much as I'd want to on certain tennis-related events. There would be a message that would come up on the app that says your bet is too large. You're able to bet up to X amount, which pretty much said to me that they wanted me to bet on the site. Then once I was winning on the site, they didn't want me to bet on the site.
I think the issue for me is one of transparency, right? You shouldn't be able to have advertisements that say sign up and win, and then if you actually can win, they'll kick you out. You shouldn't be able to allow people to come in and lose as much money as possible while restricting winners. You can't restrict winners and then expand limits for losers, all while saying that you're a fair place for anybody to play. That's pretty deceptive in my opinion. So it's not just the limiting, but it's the lack of transparency around it.
I just got this great NFL offer, guaranteed, all up front, and this one's gonna be hard to pass up.
DraftKings is not able to succeed because of some random guy on the street who's placing a $10 same-game parlay. They're able to succeed because 1 in 100 customers is losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. And to be clear, if you look at the distribution of alcohol sales, the vast majority of it comes from people who drink way too much alcohol, but liquor stores aren't able to prey on those customers in the same way. They can't send them push notifications that, you haven't deposited in a couple days. Why don't you come back and we'll give you one for on us? I mean, there's a recent case in the Wall Street Journal with a woman who had a family and she just mortgaged her house. Not great, but that's the kind of customer that even if DraftKings isn't saying they want, that's the kind of customer who's actually paying their bills.
There were so many times when I wanted to quit and I couldn't because the industry kept luring me back in, essentially.
That thing that we refer to as ban or bankrupt, I believe, is the problem. If you're a very good player, that is that you have an advantage over the house. They are going to limit or ban you. It's oftentimes document, we're not going to take your action, close your account, or we're going to limit you to $1.90, On the bankrupt part, if you're not a very sharp gambler, you have failings and you'll go for every goofy parlay, and that's the bankrupting.
Right, because again, players they've flagged as being winners, they'll limit them. Everybody else, it's like, they'll take whatever you want to bet.
What the goal is not to manage risk, it's to eliminate the risk.
Our wager limits allow us to manage our liability exposure and avoid unsustainable losses. They do sometimes limit individual users for a variety of different behaviors. Some users may have more information than we do. Some users may have a better model than we do. We're comfortable taking wagers for them, but we have to do it in a responsible manner that protects our company.
You have a situation where a patron is losing and being encouraged through outreach by an operator's VIP staff and incentives. What's the balance when that same patron begins to win?
We should recognize that we have regulations in place to deal with companies that are, selling products we deem to be problematic for society. We believe that tobacco companies should be allowed to make money, but they shouldn't be allowed to advertise on TV. Their products are going to be taxed very highly. There's going to be, something on the little box that says you're going to get cancer if you do this. We don't have that in sports betting.
Again, I come back to this idea that all the issues that society is dealing with, whether it's the gamblers being limited, whether it's problem gambling, whether it's not being getting as much tax revenue as we thought we were, they all stem back to whatever the sportsbook can do to make more money is creating all these obstacles. We have to ask ourselves, is it possible for a sportsbook to make money without doing all these things? Because if it's not, this is a bigger problem than we thought, but it has to be. Because there's actually been sports betting in America for 75 years.
Yeah, without scamming and griftonomics
Las
and
Vegas,
bullshit.
Nevada is where the modern sports betting industry was birthed, incubated, and perfected over nearly a century. A lot of people thought that what would happen is that the sports betting business that we've known here would be exported to states all across the country. But that's not what happened. The type of sports betting that we're experiencing today is a lot different than the way that they book sports here in Nevada.
Let me get a $100 parlay on the Eagles and the over.
Since sports gambling became legal 5 years ago in the United States, in states more than Nevada, the consumers changed. I mean, I think the one unique thing about Circa is that we have a reputation to take big bets.
Circa Casino Resort, home of the biggest sports book in Las Vegas, is decidedly old school, and in many ways the antithesis of the modern online sports book. They have set maximum bets for everyone, winners and losers alike, and they welcome bets from professionals to help them set their prices. DraftKings, they've already proposed so many wild fucking things. Like, they proposed passing on taxes to the winners. Now they're proposing subscription models. They're constantly trying to reinvent this wheel. Meanwhile, we're standing in a city in a sports book that was built on a very simple idea that you deal 11 to 10, take a bet, you move a number. You know, this stuff has been done for a century, right? But to me, it just seems like if it wasn't broke, why are we trying to fix it?
So is it a profitable business?
It's not profitable yet, but we think we'll actually be the first operator. We'll be the operator that gets to profitability fastest relative to when we started. Yeah, the reality is, we're very much in the early innings here.
We should really be looking at this as an antitrust issue, too. The two biggest sports books, DraftKings and FanDuel, hold 67% of the market share. They even tried to merge with each other in 2017 until the FTC, the state of California, and Washington, D.C. sued to block the merger. Despite not being able to join legally through acquisition, lawmakers allege they've been colluding with each other to shut out more competition. Their merger was blocked under the first Trump administration's FTC. And now, lawmakers from both parties are calling on the government to look into their duopoly power. They're really kind of using the same playbook that a lot of tech companies used before them. They're spending tons of money to try to conquer their market, push out all their competition, and then once they conquer that market, they eventually turn a profit. And the stock market and Wall Street is rewarding them for this practice.
Well, shares of FanDuel parent Flutter have soared today. Look at that, up 15% in European trading. That showed U.S. gaming revenue growth up 26% year on year.
There's still a big question about who will enforce the rules with the sports books themselves.
This industry has exploded. I mean, when you're appointed as a regulator, when you've got 77 lobbyists telling you something, not knowing they're all on the payroll of the industry, I mean, these companies are buying our politicians. You know, just plain and simple. I mean, those firms spend $200 million on a ballot initiative. Funny things in this industry. I don't know how it got a bad reputation.
We have to trust our legislators and regulators because they have an important responsibility to the public with regard to gambling. Protecting problem gamblers is perhaps the most important one of all, but it's made more difficult by the patchwork state-by-state nature of the current industry. Every state has their own laws, regulations, and standards. When you hear a sportsbook ad on TV or the radio, you ever notice the long list of phone numbers that they read at the end? That's because every state has their own hotline. Some states require that sportsbooks put money aside for responsible gambling initiatives, but they don't spell out what those initiatives should be. Some states don't require any money be set aside to address gambling-related harm at all. Of the 82 player protection standards suggested by the National Council on Problem Gambling, the average sports betting state has only implemented 32. And no state has implemented more than 49. As states weigh the fairness of limiting winners or the effectiveness of the current responsible gambling measures, the sports books are already working on their next idea to make more money. If you don't have a casino to bankroll your sports book, why not just become a casino?
Sports betting started to get legalized during COVID in a lot of states because there was this lack of funding, and states thought this was an easy way to raise funds, and they were right. Then eventually realized, well, actually, sports betting doesn't actually make you that much money from the operator side. They need to get more money, and iGaming is an easy way to do that. And if you look at states that have both of them, far more funding and far more revenue comes from iGaming than sports betting. In places like Michigan and New Jersey, I think it's like 3 or 4 times as much. And then also, women don't really bet on sports, whereas online casino and casino in general is actually pretty split between the genders. And so by legalizing iGaming, you basically expose this entire half of the population that wasn't gambling before, wasn't losing money and providing tax revenue, that now can do that. It's so easy to, for example, double down and chase your losses in a way that obviously you can still do with sports betting, but the rapidness of it is really, really really scary, and it just makes it, I think, a fundamentally different product. It feels like you're scrolling through TikTok, but you're just losing money while you're doing it.
Gambling is something that's really all over, everywhere in America today. It's how we invest our retirement into the stock market, and we're gambling there, and we're told, hey, you don't know, there may be less money when you retire than more. This is a risk that you're taking, and we assume those risks and just hope for the best.
There's a story that we're told in America that the most successful people in our country got to where they are because they took some big risk. They were willing to risk losing in order to win, and their success is their just reward. Ironically, these companies that want to get rich off gambling don't want to take any gamble themselves. They and their shareholders are scared to death of risk, and in their effort to avoid it, they're making things worse. For sports, for their customers, for all of us. But if there's one thing a life among gamblers has taught me, it's this. The strong may prey on the weak, but the clever prey on the strong. If there's a way for sports gambling to exist in our society that's safe, fair, and fun for everybody involved,
somebody will make a lot of money.
I suspect it's going to require somebody sharp to figure out how.
I liked it. Damn, all these people worked on this. Goddamn, more perfect union in the classroom. Yeah, more perfect union is cool. Yeah, the eye opener. Like I knew this was all sort of evil when I looked at FanDuel, but I like FanDuel. I like horse racing. Whatever. Everybody's got something. I am out. Trying to find fauna that I haven't seen before.
I prefer it when we are boosting.
I can't find the other fauna. I really don't know what it is. I best like go look at the map again. Ocean. Frozen mountains. Ocean. Savannah. Let's go to the frozen mountains. Let's see if there's fauna out there that I didn't see. Maybe...
Hydrocarbons in abundance. Let us see how they have arranged themselves.
Nice, I landed pretty close to something. I suppose I want my car though, because I'm gonna travel.
I appreciate you taking the wheel.
Why is there a red circle here? I don't know. I will teleport out of here. Oh. Get out of it. 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 Get out of the goddamn menu. Get out of the menu. Swear to God. Ah, get down. The hell was that? I killed somebody. I wonder if Borderlands 4 will be on Games Pass. Rather than buy Borderlands 4, I will just pay for a year of Game Pass. That way I won't have to install it. Just play it on Ultimate. Where are these fucking guys? There's always guys and I can never find them. It's so annoying. I went way too high for no reason. Nice. Without dying, killed at least 10 enemies. Nice, clean sweep. That was an achievement. Nice. Okay, take me home. Country roads. Okay, we're in Tundra now, looking for any kind of fauna.
We are better when we are faster. So, if there's a wetlands, I think I'm looking for bog bloom. Swamp. Wanderer's Husk. Wanderer's Husk. There's a bog bloom, I guess, that I missed. Maybe I need to find water. You try.
Yeah, water's to the west. Let's go to the
I get too much rubbish.
I like dinosaurs. Imagine having to do this all on foot, which is what they did. Which is definitely what they did for like the first year. And then they solved this. Yeah, wow, I really can't see where this fucking thing is, what this is. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just gonna go do a different quest. This sucks. I couldn't find this fucking fauna. Or flora, I mean. Kill the spacer punk on Mars. Oh, I need to go to the wolf's den. Oops. Oh, cool. I can type in. Oh, wait, Astrolab, right? Alpha said, "Oh, cool. I can go to Piazzi. Cool. I can just go to Piazzi." Haven't been here in a while.
Every world with living things is a treasure.
There's a Wendigoon.
Well, that is exactly what social psychologist Milton Rockich did in 1959 in an What would happen if you took 3 people, each diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and each believing themselves to be Jesus Christ, and asked them to live together for 2 years? Well, that is exactly what social psychologist Milton Rockich did in 1959 in an experiment dubbed the 3 Christ of Ypsilanti. A landmark social experiment that is as remembered as it is controversial. An experiment that Dr. Rockich, 20 years after the study was published, would say he still regrets. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the 3 Jesus experiment. This is one of the most wild psychological experiments I've ever read about. I can't think of another one that would have me laughing one moment and near tears in the next. From the men's background that led them to being hospitalized in the first place, to some of the developments in their psyche as the experiment went on, to a lot of the details of the experiment itself that were questionable in 1959 and definitely not okay now. If you're interested in this case, then I highly recommend my main source, and really the only primary source for this study, and that is the book, The 3 Christ of Ypsilanti, which is the published study that Milton Rockich released. The experiment lasted 2 years, and through the book, Milton includes not only his own findings, but all of the letters that were exchanged during the time, as well as the testimonies of several people or staff members that were also involved in the study. A lot of the time, published research studies can be hard to read, but Milton speaks in a very conversational English, and the entire book was a pleasure to get through, other than things that were described in it, but the words were nice. I will caution, however, for both the book and this video that there will be some sensitive topics discussed, things like child abuse and self-harm, so if those are things that you're sensitive to, might want to skip this one. But for the rest of you, let's talk about how 4 guys talking around a table led to so much controversy. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. First of all, let's talk about Milton himself and where the idea of this experiment came from. As mentioned, Milton Rockich, or Rockich, I've heard it pronounced both ways, was a social psychologist who taught at Eastern Michigan University, prioritizing his research in the field of mental disorders. And for studies of that type, Eastern Michigan University was certainly the place to be, as Eastern Michigan University was in the town of Ypsilanti, just west of Detroit, as Ypsilanti was home to the Ypsilanti State Hospital, a psychiatric hospital that was huge for the time, as after World War II, to treat the rising need of veterans who had mental issues, the psychiatric hospital expanded and was able to care for 4,000 residents. Rockich began to develop an interest in helping people with paranoid schizophrenia, a complicated illness that a lot of people still aren't educated on today, much less in 1959. Paranoid schizophrenia itself can present itself differently in different patients. Also worth mentioning that paranoid schizophrenia is no longer a diagnosis. Schizophrenia and paranoia are now two separate diagnoses, but as you can see from the writing, at the time, paranoid schizophrenia was the diagnosed illness. A wide array of symptoms can occur, like auditory or visual hallucinations. But Rockich, being a social psychologist, was specifically interested in those that had an identity crisis. More specifically, Rockich was interested in people that had a crisis of their primitive beliefs. As Rockich describes it in his study, most people's beliefs can be broken down into two groups: primitive beliefs and non-primitive beliefs. Primitive beliefs are core things that we understand and don't have to be taught to us beyond childhood. In other words, things that become so core to us that they're practically unshakable. For example, a child must learn what things like tables or chairs are. But once a child gets to a certain age, they no longer need to readdress that belief. After they get the concept of a table down, for the rest of their life, they're going to know what a table is. Whereas primitive beliefs, once figured out, are pretty rock set in a person. Non-primitive beliefs continue to adapt throughout a person's life. Beliefs in politics or religion. People will often change their non-primitive beliefs throughout their life, but their primitive ones tend to stick around. For example, after you were like 3 or 4 years old, you didn't need to keep learning your own name. As a matter of fact, from a young age, you were probably so confident in your own name that if someone else, even an authority figure like a teacher, called you by a different one, you would correct them. Because they're things that don't need to be debated. They're things you just know. To change someone's primitive belief, it normally takes an authority figure that the person trusts, and even then, to change someone's primitive belief can be quite stressful. The example Rockich uses is one day his two daughters were getting into a fight with each other. So, in a moment of frustration, just to see how they would react, he referred to each of his daughters by the other one's name. And at first, his daughters thought it was funny and played along thinking it was a game, but after about 10 minutes of it, they began crying, asking him to stop. And I'm sure it applies to adults as well. I mean, imagine if, like, you came home one day and there was someone else living in your house, and they were very adamant that they lived there, and everyone else in your life tried to convince you that was never your house. That would be alarming. Rockich said that in paranoid schizophrenic patients who had identity issues, they were hard to treat therapeutically because they would have incorrect primitive beliefs. People that believe they're an angel or a demon, or that their parents aren't their real parents, things that should be intrinsic but they're confused on. But because of the paranoid aspect of their illness, they're not willing to listen to outside authority figures who correct them. So in communication, these people are hard to reach because they're effectively locked down with no way of putting correct ideas into their thought process. It was in Rockich's study for this that he came across two accounts that made him think there might be a solution. The first of which occurred all the way back in 1663. In Voltaire's commentary of an old essay called On Crimes and Punishment, Voltaire describes the account of someone named Simon Morin, who was burned at the stake in 1663. Voltaire's account when describing Simon reads as, quote, "He was a deranged man who believed that he saw visions, and even carried his folly so far as to imagine that he was sent from God, and gave out that he was incorporated with Jesus Christ. The Parliament very judiciously condemned him to imprisonment in a madhouse. What is exceeding singular, there was, at that time, confined in the same madhouse, another crazy man who called himself the Eternal Father. Simon Morin was so struck with the folly of his companion that his eyes were opened to the truth of his own condition. He appeared for a time to have recovered his right senses, and having made known his penitence to the magistrates of the town, obtained, unfortunately for himself, a release from confinement. Sometime afterwards, he relapsed into his former state of derangement and began to dogmatize," which led to the aforementioned burning at the stake. But this was interesting. All the way back then, Voltaire wrote about a guy who thought he was God, who was thrown into prison with another guy who also thought he was God, and that caused Simon, if for a while, to see that he was just unwell. The other came from psychoanalyst Robert Linder in his well-known case study, The Jet-Propelled Couch. Linder, a psychoanalyst, was working with a man named Kirk who was convinced that he was an astronaut who would fly off to faraway planets and then back to Earth. So Linder starts playing along and says he was also there with Kirk and flew to all of these far-off planets with him, and Linder justifies this decision with, quote, "It is impossible for two objects to occupy the same place at the same time. It is as if a delusion, such as Kirk's, has room in it only for one person at one time, as if a psychotic structure, too, is rigidly circumscribed as to living space. When, as in this case, another person invades the delusion, the original occupant finds himself literally forced to give way." Linder goes on to describe a case he saw in a sanitarium in Maryland, where at the sanitarium, two women who each believed they were the Virgin Mary passed each other in the courtyard. After the two began to talk and both introduced themselves as the Virgin Mary, one of the women became distressed by this and went to an orderly, remarking that she must not be the Virgin Mary. And from there, that woman went on a road to recovery and was eventually released. So putting all these cases together, Rockich has an idea. If the issue is people with paranoid schizophrenia have base beliefs that are wrong, but no outside force can convince them otherwise, then perhaps the most successful means of change would come from the self. And what if the best means of promoting that self-decision came from putting that person with someone else who also thinks they're that person? Now, from the jump, you may be hearing this and see some complications. Mental illnesses are not a one-size-fits-all, and there has got to be a lot of things go right for something like this to work. Because if the patient isn't willing to have a self-reevaluation, then what you may do is just get them really stressed out and angry and retreat further into their beliefs. But at the same time, I think context for this case is important. The year was 1959. Treatments for people with a debilitating mental illness included things like electroshock therapy or, lobotomies. So little was understood. Rockich's idea of primitive beliefs in mentally ill patients was just theory at this point. At a time when the leading healthcare idea was what's the best way to mentally castrate these people, I think Rockich's idea of what if we make them talk to each other isn't that bad. Or at least it wasn't at the beginning of the experiment. We'll get to the rest of it later. So Rockich proposed a study to find as many people as they could throughout the state of Michigan that claimed to have a singular identity. In other words, find all the candidates you can who claim to be one person. Emphasis on the one person. It can't be someone who just thinks they're a bunch of different people. They have to consistently stick with the same wrong narrative and also be, comprehensive enough to communicate that. There were some that thought they were Napoleon, there were some that thought they were the president, but for one reason or the other, multiple candidates were deemed non-viable. Until eventually, they found 3 patients in the state of Michigan who each believed that they were Jesus Christ. 2 of which were already at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. So the third was moved to Ypsilanti, and the plan was every day the group would have a meeting with either Dr. Rockich or an assistant presiding. And initially the idea was to just see what would happen. So let's talk about these 3 patients and the tragic circumstances that led them here in the first place. Right after we talk about the sponsor that lets me make weird videos about 1950s social experiments for a living. Thanks, guys. But before we get into the things of nightmares, I want to get into the things of night dreams. That'd be a normal dream. What in that? This video is sponsored by AG1. That's because AG1 is your one-stop shop for all the nutritional supplements you need throughout the day. That's because every scoop of AG1 has over 75 vitamins and minerals, as well as pre- and probiotics and superfoods that helps fill nutrient gaps in your diet and support your immune health, supports your energy, and improves digestion and gut health. And instead of keeping up with a bunch of multivitamins and pills every day, AG1 is instead one easy step. Because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1 and you're good to go. It is amazing the kind of energy you get when you put the things in your body that your body needs. A diet of pizza rolls and reheated coffee can be fun for a while, but after a while your body starts to beg for something more substantial. And to clarify, I'm not saying AG1 is a miracle tonic that is going to immediately make you lose weight and get more energy and be a supplement for everything you need to eat. But what I am saying is filling in those gaps within your diet goes a long way to give you the energy you need to get things done, like more work or exercise. And also, while you're probably looking at the color and thinking this tastes like grass, I'm here to tell you that AG1 tastes just fine. Just kind of a natural sweet taste that I enjoy along with my morning coffee. And now is the perfect time to give AG1 a try, because if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon or scan the QR code, you can get started with AG1 for less than $3 a day when you subscribe. On top of that, you'll also get $76 worth of extras, like 5 days worth of AG1 in their convenient travel packs, a shaker bottle, a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2, and a metal canister. Everything you need to get started. Again, head to drinkag1.com/Wendigoon or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are back to the video. For the purpose of this study, Rock each gave each of the 3 men a fake name. As far as I know, their real names have never been made public, and these names were made to protect their anonymity. So from here on out, our 3 Jesuses will be known as Clyde, Joseph, and Leon. Let's start with the oldest of the 3, known as Clyde Benson. Clyde Benson was born in the late 1800s to a small farming family. And for the first 24 years of his life, he worked as a farmhand on his father's farm. Also, as mentioned, Rock each wanted to make sure that these guys' identity was secret, so not only are their names changed, but as far as I know, there's no photographs of them.
Fuck.
So you're just gonna have to figure out what they looked like in your head. It was at the age of 24 that he married a woman whose father also owned a farm nearby. So he moved to his wife's property and began to help his now father-in-law run his farm. Clyde and his wife were married for 18 years and had 3 daughters. According to Clyde's daughters, who were interviewed during the study, they said that their father was always a very immature man. And not immature in like a childish sense of humor or he liked to get around. Immature in that he never grew up. Till he was 24, he was never that educated and just did whatever his parents told him to do. And then once he moved in with his wife, he just did whatever her dad told him to do. On one occasion, when Clyde was in his 30s, some other guys at local farms said they were going to hop on a train and go west because there was money to be made. So with no plan, Clyde just hops onto a train and he's gone for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then he comes back and he doesn't have any money. The daughters remarked that their mother, Clyde's wife, would often have to be a mother to him. But despite this, the two seemed happy. That was until after 18 years of marriage, Clyde's wife died. Now, in the study, it says that Clyde's wife died while having an abortion. Now, this could be the medical procedure abortion or what we would now call a miscarriage, because back in the 1950s and 60s, the term was spontaneous abortion to refer to what we would now call a miscarriage, and an induced abortion of what we know as the medical procedure abortion now. And again, because the identities are protected, there's not really a way to verify which one, but regardless, during some kind of lost pregnancy, his wife died as well. If that wasn't bad enough, in the span of about a year after this, his dad, mom, and father-in-law all died as well. As you can imagine, this left Clyde destitute. He inherited the farms from both families, but began to use the money
That's what's going to happen to me.
heavily. During this time, he reconnected.
That's what's going to happen to me. Like, eventually I'll be drinking heavily because I'll just be here alone. Like, all my friends and family will be gone. It's fucking annoying, but it happens to some people. I don't have much family, and what family I have will eventually die of old age, and I'll be left here probably around the age of 55, 60, something like that. I'll be old myself, and there will be nothing left but video games and liquor. You know, like video games, liquor, and like, I don't know, maybe I meet a woman by then, I don't know, but my personality now is like, I doubt they can fucking stand me. I doubt most women can stand me, honestly. I have such a strong personality. If they were to leave me be 14 hours a day and then come to the bed to sleep, that would work. But requiring things from me or wanting things from me, I don't know. I don't know about that. I would raise kids. But yeah, like I all the time I think about, like, my mother talks about it sometimes. She's like, you're going to be out here alone. You're going to be here alone. And I'm like, yeah, I know. She's like, you got to be ready for it. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I think we talked about this just in the last day even. She's like, sooner or later I won't be here anymore. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm aware. I know I'm going to be in this alone. It fucking sucks. Should have built a family by now, but I don't trust anybody. And the people that I do trust and try to build something with, it just doesn't work. I've tried so many times, like, I don't know, 10, 15 times something. Been with so many women. And it just isn't me. I don't know. I'm just not that guy. So maybe that silver lining shows up sooner or later. I guess I'm going to the casino.
Connected with a woman who was a friend to him in his youth, so Clyde remarried her and the two of them drank away both family farms together. Clyde would have a couple kids with her as well, but eventually abandoned the family, which led to a divorce in 1941. During this time, Clyde would get drunk and become a public nuisance and be arrested and then released, until one night when he was arrested while drinking and seemingly suffered a massive mental breakdown. He was up all night in his jail cell screaming that he was God. He took all of his clothes off, tore up the bedding, and said that he was Jesus Christ and that he could hear the voice of his first wife, the one that died, in a passing airplane. He declared himself the king of heaven and his late wife, the queen of heaven. He was released to his family, but was constantly belligerent and determined that he was in fact Jesus, which was spurred on much worse by the drinking, and Clyde was eventually hospitalized around 1943 at the age of 53. At the time of the study, he had been in hospitals for 17 years and was nearly 70 years old. Rockich described him as very tall and mostly toothless, but otherwise healthy and spry for his age, though he was hard to understand as he would often mumble to himself. What's interesting about the three Jesuses that Rockich put together for the experiment is they each came to that conclusion in very different ways. Our first one, Clyde, being a man who was functional for most of his life, if juvenile, but suffered his delirium due to a mental breakdown after losing everyone. Let's talk about our second Jesus for this experiment, Joseph Cassell. Joseph was born in Quebec, Canada, and was actually not born under the name Joseph, but Josephine. His father naming him a girl name after a girl that his father was fond of who had died. So he decided to just give his son that name. Granted, both Joseph and Josephine are pseudonyms that Rockich has given this real patient, but Rockich clarifies later in the book that even though he made up Joseph and Josephine, whoever the real person was named a girl name that they substituted for like the adjacent guy name. Joseph was the oldest of 9 children, and his father was a very strict man. Being born in Quebec, his father was French-Canadian and forbid English to be spoken in the house. Joseph would not talk a lot about his childhood, but in an out-of-the-blue mention, recalled one occasion where his father got mad and picked him up and threw him to the floor. Despite this, Joseph's mother seemed to be loving, according to all accounts, and was a positive influence early on in Joseph's life. That was until Joseph was 16 years old and his mother died while giving birth to her 9th child. When his mother died, Joseph went to live with his grandmother, a woman who was very religious. That's something we would probably expect to see out of all of the participants, but we didn't see out of Clyde. You know, you would think someone who thinks they're Jesus Christ would have like a strong connection to Jesus Christ in their life beforehand, but religion didn't seem to be a huge part of Clyde's life until, you know, he suddenly figured out that he was God. Meanwhile, this time that Joseph lived with his very religious grandmother probably implanted a lot of the ideas that Joseph would build on later in life. After a few years with his grandmother, Joseph moved to Detroit on his own. The one thing Joseph was very interested in was literature. He read constantly. He read every book he could get his hands on, and he had dreams of being a writer. In the meantime, working as a clerk to finance his living. When he was 24 years old, he met a woman named Beatrice, and the two of them married. However, according to Beatrice, Joseph didn't really have an interest in women before he married her, and didn't really have an interest afterward. He would not kiss her, he said it was improper, and would not let her touch his face. And anytime they did make love, he was very specific about the sheets have to be clean, she has to be bathed, and they have to be very specific about all of the dynamics that were to take place. He was also very adamant that he did not want children as it would get in the way of his writing. Beatrice really wanted children and eventually talked Joseph into it, to which the two of them had 3 daughters. It's so weird that both Joseph and Clyde had 3 daughters in their first marriages, or Joseph's only marriage. After their second daughter was born, Joseph tried to convince Beatrice that instead of her staying home to take care of the kids, she should go out and get a job so he could stay home and write. She said this was a bad idea because Joseph doesn't know anything about child rearing. People around him would describe that Joseph was far too serious all the time. If they were at a social event, he could never take a joke or didn't understand them. Anytime they went to a party, after a few minutes he would slip away to read by himself off in a corner. It seems he was very untrustful of those around him, and that began to show itself as paranoia when his second daughter was born, as he was convinced that his wife had had an affair. He harped on this point so much that when their third daughter was born and he accused his wife of having an affair, she just went with it and said, sure, whatever. In 1938, the whole family was in a car when they got into a car wreck. Joseph was okay, but the rest of the family was injured and had to go to the hospital. It was after this that Joseph's mental state seemed to take a dramatic downturn. He became much more nervous and anxious over medical bills and probably the fact that he incidentally hurt his family. He complained that he couldn't work anymore, that having a 9-to-5 stressed him out, and one day he just quit and refused to get another job, insisting that his wife should go get a job because he wants to stay home and write. Because they now had no way to afford living on their own, the whole family moved back in with Beatrice's family in Canada, to which her family constantly berated Joseph that he needs to get a job, and on one occasion, apparently, her brothers just beat him up. This did not help Joseph's paranoia, and he began to say that members of the family, including Beatrice, were trying to poison him. They would sit down to drink, and he would make her switch cups to prove that she didn't put something in his drink. Eventually, Joseph could no longer live around her family, so Joseph, Beatrice, and the girls went to go live with Joseph's father. And Joseph's condition continued to get worse. He began to accuse Beatrice of not really loving him. In contrast to his previous sexual feelings, now he was all over her, but on one occasion when she stopped him because she was on her period, he accused her of lying just so that she didn't have to sleep with him. Beatrice was doing what she could to save money so that they could move out, but then Joseph would take the money and use it to buy a bunch of books and then hide them from her. During one of his tirades, he stood on top of Beatrice and began twisting her arms, and from this, Joseph was committed. He was committed in 1939 and early on was very violent to other patients. He would remark that he would attack other patients because he knew they were going to attack him first. It was also around this time that Joseph said he began hearing voices. He would also write constantly. Among these were letters that he would write to the staff at the Ypsilanti Hospital. Among these, he said that the reason he's locked up is because he found out about his wife's multiple affairs. He also claimed that the hospital was forcing him to have homosexual thoughts. The first mention of him being God would come 10 years later in 1949. At this time, he wrote to one of his daughters, quote, "My wife is Benny Barnes, movie actress. I am prince and God and keeper of the courts. This is the truth. I have civilized the whole world. I am eons and eons of years old. I'm the richest man in the world and England. I was the strongest and mastered psychiatry. It came out just beautifully, charming and nice." From here, the God thing remained consistent. He would say that he is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. At the time of the study, Joseph was 58 years old and had been in the hospital for 20 years. He was bald, missing several of his front teeth, and would always have his pockets full of stuff. Just papers he was writing, or cigarettes, or pens. So with Clyde, we have someone that had a mental breakdown. With Joseph, we have someone who seemed to have these paranoid delusions throughout his life that got worse as stress was introduced. And then finally with Leon, we have probably the kind of case you would think of when you think of someone who thinks they're Jesus Christ. Leon was born in 1921 while his father and mother were on a year trip in Europe. Leon was the youngest of two brothers. And right after Leon was born, while his family was still in Europe, his father left for the United States early so that he could abandon his family for a woman he wanted to be with back in the US. So Leon and his brother were left to be raised by their mother alone. His mother rented a house near a Catholic church, and the church became her life. To make money, she worked as a scrub woman, which was a woman that was hired to scrub floors. And while she was gone at work, she would lock Leon and his brother in their room. And when she wasn't at work, she was most often not home, but instead at church. Every spare moment she had, she would go there and pray incessantly. So much so that on multiple occasions, the priest who was interviewed during the study would tell her that she needs to go home and take care of her kids. She refused, saying that she heard voices that spoke to her from heaven. And she was obsessed not only with religion, but with religion iconography, lining every wall of the house in pictures of Jesus and crucifixes. Leon's older brother, as soon as he could move out, did just that and eventually moved to New Zealand, never to be seen again. Leon, as you could imagine, grew up in Catholic school until he was old enough to go to pre-seminary school, as you can imagine, his mother was sure he would be a priest. However, he was expelled from this pre-seminary school at the age of 17 for reasons we still don't know. Leon seemed to be pretty smart and managed to get a job as an electrician for a large company. All of the money he made, he would give to his mother, who he still lived with. As soon as Leon started making money, she quit her job and spent every hour she had either in her garden or at the church, eventually renting another property directly across the street from the church. Leon's mother once remarked that Leon was a good boy and did everything she told him to. Around the time Leon was 18, his dad showed back up, who again Leon hadn't seen since he was 0, and Leon's dad asked if Leon wanted to come live with him, but Leon refused. The one thing Leon did to go against his mother is when World War II kicked off, Leon joined the army. He joined the Army Signal Corps, and when the war was over in 1945, he left as a private first class and had 4 ribbons and 4 combat stars. His mother would remark that she was upset with this decision because when he came back, he didn't obey her as much. He tried college for a while, but then dropped out of that and just reassumed his job as an electrician. However, it was around 1950 that Leon started to slack off of work, eventually missing so many days that he was fired. His stated reason for this was that he was getting chronic fatigue whenever he was at work and wanted to take time off. He got another job, but a couple years later in 1953 left that one for the same reasons. One week in 1950, while Leon was still working, him and his mother got into a fight. His mother forbade Leon from doing anything. He could not talk to women, He couldn't buy a radio because she said it would keep her from hearing the voices she needs to listen to. And during this fight in 1950, Leon said that he was going to quit giving her money unless she started cleaning up the house and cooking for him, rather than spending all of her time at the church, to which his mother replied that he was never good enough to be a priest. It was around when he quit his second job in 1953 that Leon said he could hear voices as well, and that these voices were telling him that he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. In 1954, one day, Leon locked himself in the bathroom and refused to come out. His mother, not knowing what to do, went to the priest, and the priest went to a doctor, and the doctor had him committed for a couple months. 6 months later, one day, Leon began going through the house and breaking all of the iconography his mother had, smashing pictures of Jesus, breaking crucifixes. His mom tried to stop him, and he threatened to strangle her if she did. After he destroyed all of the artifacts in the house, he then looked to his mother and said that she could now worship him as Jesus.
You can now worship me as Jesus.
Kill her, goes to the police, and from there, Leon was committed. A friend of Leon,
He kills
before
her.
his breakdown, said, quote, "I don't think Leon liked boys, but he did not know how to act with women. His mother drove him out of his mind. She was the one they should have shut up. She was crazy, praying all day and all night. Came in Leon's room, praying over him in the middle of the night. She nagged him about everything he did. Leon said he wasn't mad at her, that she couldn't help it, but sometimes he was mad, but he just couldn't walk out on her. He was afraid of her, afraid of the priest, afraid of everything. I guess he couldn't take it anymore." At the time the study began, Leon was 38 years old and had only been hospitalized for 5 years, compared to the 17 and 20 of Joseph and Clyde. He was tall, lean, and was always very kind and graceful. He would walk around softly, have a soft expression on his face. He would even walk with his palms up, overlapped over each other everywhere he went, and would always walk around with a very welcoming expression. Out of the 3 men, he was by far the most Christ-like in appearance. As a matter of fact, later on in the study, when Leon grew his beard out and grew his hair a bit, Rockich remarked that he looked remarkably similar to paintings of Jesus. Of the 3 men, Leon is certainly the most stereotypical for someone that thinks they're Jesus. Was raised around a very overwhelming Christian presence throughout his life, and his mom certainly had a mental illness, quite possibly schizophrenia herself, that was just undiagnosed and untreated, that it seems she passed down to her son. And growing up around these images, as well as his own untreated mental illness, led him to express the same things his mother had always expressed when he was younger, as he got older. So once all the men were now in Ypsilanti, Rockich's experiment could begin. It began on July the 1st of 1959, when all 3 were gathered together in a common room at the Ypsilanti State Hospital. And how did this first meeting of 3 Jesuses go? You can imagine. So Rockich starts out by introducing himself along with several of the assistants who will be aiding in the study. They're hospital workers that will be following and documenting the men outside of Rockich's meetings. So after they introduce themselves, Rockich turns his attention to the 3 men, to which Joseph answers first. "My name is Joseph Castle.
Downtown renown.
Joseph, is there anything else you want to tell us?" "Yes, I'm
Hey,
God."
kitty. You have a good nap?
Just off the bat. Just straight into the hot zone. "My name is Clyde
Just sit
Benson.
on my
That's my
lap.
name
You're welcome
straight.
to.
Do you have any other names?" "Well, I have other names, but that's my vital side. And I made God 5 and Jesus 6. Does that mean you're God?" "I made God, yes. I made it 70 years old a year ago. Hell, I passed 70 years old." And then finally, Leon, who says, "Sir, it so happens that my birth certificate says that I am Dr. Domino Dominorum et Rex Rexarum Simplis Christineus Puris Mentalis Doctor," which is Latin for Lord of Lords, King of Kings, Simple Christian Boy Psychiatrist. It also states on my birth certificate that I am the reincarnation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and I want to add this. I do salute the manliness in Jesus Christ also, because the vine is Jesus and the rock is Christ, pertaining to the penis and testicles. And it so happens that I was railroaded into this place because of prejudice and jealousy, and duping that started before I was born, and that is the main issue why I'm here. I want to be myself. I do not consent to their misuse of the frequency of my life. You know, it's a way to say hello. Leon begins to refer to something called an electronic imposition that's messing with him, something that he'll keep talking about through his conversation. And as soon as Leon gets done speaking, the fight starts. Joseph says he's the reincarnation of Christ. I can't get it. I know who I am. I'm God, Christ, the Holy Ghost. And if I wasn't, by gosh, I wouldn't lay claim to anything of the sort. I'm Christ. I don't want to say I'm Christ, God, the Holy Ghost, Spirit. I know this is an insane house, and you have to be very careful. Leon tries to say something, but Joseph just talks over him and says, I know what I've done. I've engineered the affairs of the stronghold in a new world here, the British province. I've done my work. I was way down, way down. I was way, way up. I've engineered, by God. I've taken psychiatrics, and nobody came to me and kissed my ass, or kissed me, or shook hands with me and told me about my work. No, sir, I don't tell anybody that I'm God or that I'm Christ, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. I know what I am now. I know what I'm going to be. This is an insane house. You'll also recall in the letter Joseph wrote earlier that he mentioned Britain there as well. That will come up a lot with him. As they get into a fight, Leon says that he doesn't want to tread over whatever it is Joseph believes. Rocky asks what Clyde thinks, and Clyde says, I represent the resurrection. Yeah, I'm the same as Jesus. To represent the resurrection, I'm clear as saint convert you ever see. First standing took me 10 years to make it, 40 cars a month. I made 40 Christs, 40 trucks. But don't worry, when asked if he's God, he does in fact remark that he is God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Immediately, the two most volatile personalities, Joseph and Clyde, just start yelling at each other, I'm God, no, I'm God. After they yell for a while, Rocky says that this first meeting should be adjourned. And after it quiets down, Leon says that what Rockich is doing is akin to mental torture. And Leon further remarks he will not be coming to any future meetings. Despite this, Leon comes to every future meeting. Important to note, Rockich had set up with his team before the experiment began that all of this is voluntary. If at any point the men do not want to come to the meeting or don't want to participate, they will not be forced to. The next day they have a meeting again and everyone comes in, and something weird happens off the bat. Clyde starts to say the same thing about him being God, but Joseph says, he raised me up. He raised me up in England, pointing at Clyde. Rocky asks what he means, and Joseph says, well, I died and I was reproduced by him. Oh, you're a re-rise, Clyde asked in wonderment. Yes. Well, I didn't know that, Clyde said. See, now he is a re-rise from the cemetery, and I didn't know that. Like they're both speaking within delusion, but it's like they are finding common ground and communicating to each other through it. But as Rocky starts to press, Clyde once again remarks that he is God, but Joseph says that he is also God, so they start to bicker a bit. Rockich then turns to Leon, who, by the way, Leon has asked to not be called Leon, as that is his dupe name, and he would instead like to be called Rex, which is Latin for king, very humble. Leon, referred to as Rex, says that the other two men are in fact gods, but they're like lowercase g gods, hollowed out instrumental gods, as he calls them. There are two types of gods, God Almighty, the Spirit, without a beginning and without an end. Nobody created God, the God Almighty. Then there are creatures who are instrumental gods. There are some who aren't hollowed out, and there are some who are hollowed out. Clyde seems to agree with Leon, seemingly liking that he's being referred to as a god. Leon keeps going and gives a bit of insight into how his mind works. I understand your situation pertaining to dying the death and making the person a hollowed-out instrumental god. You are correct there. As far as my understanding from what I have read and from practical experience, it is that I am a creature and I have a beginning. A human spirit has a beginning and its body has a beginning, pertaining to its life as such. Therefore, I cannot say that I am God Almighty, because if I do, I'm telling myself a falsehood, and I don't believe in telling myself a falsehood. I'm a creature, just a human spirit created by God according to this. So you are a creature, but you are also Christ? Yes, sir. I am the reincarnation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the first human spirit. As opposed to Clyde and Joseph, who just keep saying, you're not God, I'm God. No, you're not God, I'm God. When Leon tries to clarify that he is Jesus Christ, Clyde just starts screaming, I am him. Leon tries to clarify his divinity. Rockich asks if Leon, if he is God, made Clyde. And after Leon says he did make Clyde, Clyde just laughs at him. After this is going nowhere, Rockich asks, men, why do you think you're here? And Leon gives an interesting answer. He says, sir, I sincerely understand pertaining to reading between the lines and stay behind the scenes, and I realize that those people who bring patients together to have one abuse the other through depressing is not sound psychological reasoning deduction, meaning a person who is set in his way, there is nobody on earth. God cannot change a person either, because God Almighty respects free will. Therefore, this man is so-and-so, and I'm so-and-so, and on those merits, to try to brainwash, what they call it, organic cosmics through the meeting of patients, one against the other, that is not sound psychological deduction also. Therefore, I give credit to those gentlemen where credit is due, and when a person speaks the truth, it makes that person free, meaning the other person cannot go against that person and try to take away a righteous conscience. Leon seems to be remarkably aware of what's going on, knowing that Rockich is doing some kind of psychological study to see how they react, but that Leon doesn't like negativity impressed on one another, so he is simply keeping the peace. Not so far as to lie and say that he isn't God because he believes himself to be God, but to qualify it in a way to keep the mood light. At one instance of Leon referring to Clyde as a hollowed out god, Clyde gets mad at that and says he's not hollowed out. And Leon follows up saying he's trying to compliment Clyde that the whole hollowed out thing is a good thing. Joseph remarks that he is God, and if anyone says otherwise, he's going to laugh about it. When Joseph is asked why he thinks they've been gathered together, Joseph says so that they could discuss him being God. Not the others being God, just him, because of course, he is God. When Clyde's asked why he thinks he's here, he once again mumbles about all the riches he has and the kingdoms and the stuff he owns, before Clyde remarks that he owns the hospital, which if he was God would make sense, I guess. While this is happening, Leon begins to hold his head in what seems to be a headache. When asked if he has a headache, Leon says, "No, I don't, sir. I was shaking it off, sir. Cosmic energy, refreshing my brain. When I grab cosmic energy from the bottom of my feet to my brain, it refreshes my brain. The doctor told me that's the way I'm feeling, and that is the proper attitude." Oh, pertaining to the question that you asked these two gentlemen, each one is a little institution and a house, a little world in which some stand in a clockwise direction and some in counterclockwise, and I believe in a clockwise rotation. Which that last part's like an elaborate way of saying I'm right, they're wrong, I think. Rockich asks if they've been resurrected, and they all say yes, and then he asks if there's only one Christ that was resurrected, and they all say yes, and then they each remark that that is themselves, and then Clyde and Joseph start yelling about it. After Joseph continues to remark that he's going to laugh the other two off, he says, "Well, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to be dismissed from here and go back to England, and I'll be awfully glad because I know I belong to England. I'm from England originally. I want to go back there. I've done enough work here. I came here the 20th of March, 1940, and now it's 1959. I've been here 19 years. I certainly deserve to be dismissed from this here hospital. I want to go back to England. You can deport me to England to a hospital. They have a hospital in London, don't they? I worked for England right along. Darn right." As I mentioned, Joseph was born in Quebec and seems to have never even visited England. He will keep bringing that up throughout the study, though, specifically that the hospital itself is an English stronghold, and that he is being financed to live there by the English government since he is a true Englander and has always fought and stood for England. We can't be sure where this belief came from. The theory that Rockich proposes near the end of the book is perhaps since his father was such a controlling aspect in his life and demanded that he speak French growing up, that an early rebellion in Joseph's life was learning English. Not to mention the historic rivalry between England and France. So perhaps the England idea is a rejection of his father's ideas, but that's just a theory. Okay. This initial couple meetings would set the stage for the next 2 years of experiments. More specifically, in the way the three men would react. Clyde was always the most stubborn of the three, and also the most short-worded. He would yell, "I'm God," or he would get upset, and then as they continued to ask him questions or challenge him, he would just state, "I am God." And that'd be the end of that argument. Joseph was a little bit more intricate, but was the same tone of Clyde and just getting angry. His beliefs were certainly more elaborate. He would be more detailed about how he's from England and this is an English stronghold and he's God who created this thing and that thing. But both of them are in stark contrast to Leon. Leon, and this will get more apparent as the experiment goes on, would have this vast web of relationships and beliefs and characters that he would constantly rearrange to make the room work. He initially stayed firm about his own identity, but if someone said something conflicting, he would just kind of change the narrative to make both of them be correct. And while you may at first see this as a kindness, he doesn't want the others to feel wrong, as we're going to see as the study goes on. It seems that it is more so to defend himself and his own beliefs versus conforming to theirs. Because while Clyde and Joseph have forms of denial, just denying new information, Leon seems more determined to make his delirium work, even if he's not aware that he's doing that. In an early meeting, Clyde is asked what he thinks of Joseph and Leon saying they are God, and Clyde says he doesn't care because they are dead and controlled by machines. When Clyde is asked where the machine is, he points to Joseph's stomach. With Joseph's permission, Clyde lifts his shirt and feels around where he thinks the machine is. And when he doesn't feel anything, he says, "That's funny, it isn't there. It must have slipped down where you can't feel it." Clyde will be set in a single direction, and if something comes up that contradicts that direction, that is still his direction. What's also important to remember about these guys is it's not like they're tricksters or they're conniving in any way, they're mentally ill. It's not that Clyde is trying to be malicious, and when he hears something that proves him wrong, he just sticks his nose up at it. Again, go back to what Rockich was talking about with primitive beliefs. He believes this thing to be true. There is a machine inside of Joseph controlling his dead body. And when he can't feel it, that doesn't matter because the machine's in there. He knows that. Some people approach cases like this with a sort of frustration that despite all the evidence they're shown, they don't go along with it. But going back to the name example from earlier, if I approached you and said that your name was not your name, you probably wouldn't believe me, regardless of whatever documents or evidence I had. That's why there has to be a patience and a time given to mental health therapy, because truly, they can't help it.
Thank you enough.
Joseph does say one of the funniest things he ever says in one of these early meetings, when he's asked what he thinks of Clyde and Leon's
knew
beliefs,
the Rangers
Joseph
would come
says,
through.
"It can't be God or Jesus
I
Christ
never
or the Holy Spirit by any means.
You
There's only one
Rangers.
God. I'm the only God."
Now,
Clyde and Rex
if
are
you don't
patients
mind.
in a mental hospital, and their being patients proves they are insane. Joseph will do that a lot. He will see things happening and he will correctly call them out or describe what's happening, but he won't apply it to himself. Or more accurately, he is unable to apply it to himself. Leon, meanwhile, continues to build up this lore within his mind. He continues to say that they are lesser gods and says that Joseph is the reincarnation of a fallen angel and at another point Davy Jones, and that Clyde was the reincarnation of King Matthias. And what he's doing here may just seem like crazy ramblings, but there's a consistency. Joseph talks about being an Englishman and that he's in an English stronghold, but he's also God. So what are the two things Leon says he's a reincarnation of? Famous Englishman, Davy Jones, and a fallen angel. Something from divinity in heaven, but of course not God, which Leon is. And Clyde always talks about all of the money and land he owns, so he calls him a king. Leon consistently seems to be the most cognizant of the three, so it's hard to tell how much of this is purposeful or how much it is his mind putting together these connections and him thinking them legitimate. When asked again why they are there, Clyde again says that he owns the hospital, so, why not
It's
be?
good to be
Joseph
back in
goes
our
back and
own
forth.
ship.
Sometimes he says he's there on behalf of England, or he's there just because he wants to be, but other times he'll almost recognize his condition, saying things like, "I'm sick in the head, but not insane." But these little revelations are never consistent enough over time to be considered a breakthrough. Leon's reasons for why he's there are all over the place. Sometimes he'll say he's trapped there because of jealousy. Other times he'll talk about these electronic signals or duping, which is his way of saying like cosmic forces tricking him. Or other times he'll say he is being sent there by his uncle, who is a reincarnation of the Archangel Michael, to effectively be an undercover agent to see what's happening to people inside of the hospital. And a lot of the early meetings were characterized by these petty fights. Upon a fight where Leon isn't referring to Clyde and Joseph as Christ, Leon begins to change the definition of what Christ means, eventually remarking, quote, "Anyone with testicles is a Christ. That's what Sir means." So now he's changing the parameter of the word to say like, well, they are a Christ. Of course, I am the Christ. But they can be called that too, I guess. One day they get into a fight over what it means to worship, and Clyde says that Leon should worship him since, of course, he is God. And Joseph remarks, "No two men are Jesus Christ." And Leon says, "You hear mechanical voices." And Clyde says, "You don't get it right. I don't care what you call it. I hear natural voices." And Joseph adds, "I'm going back to England." Leon remarks, "Sir, if the good Lord wills only." And Joseph says, "Good Lord, I'm the good Lord." Keep in mind, these guys were housed in the same ward at the hospital, so they would see each other outside of the meetings as well. They would see each other on their work shift, at breakfast, and dinner. And sometimes early on, Leon would just pick a fight. One of my favorites is a few weeks after the meetings start, when it says, quote, "Leon pointed to Joseph and said, 'His foster father's a barracuda. Clyde's is a sandpiper.' 'My foster father was not a sandpiper,' Clyde answered. 'That's your belief, sir,' Leon said. This talk of his dad being a sandpiper made Clyde so mad that he got up and started yelling in Leon's face and threatened to hit him. And as he had his fist reared back, Leon just said, "Can I borrow cigarette paper?" Again, it's hard to tell how much of this is Leon's mind just working this way and how much of it is him kind of prodding until he sees he's taken it too far, and then he quits prodding. During one meeting, Joseph calls Leon insane, and Leon says that his uncle, who, if you'll remember, is the Archangel Michael, is going to kill Joseph with a ball of lightning. Joseph calls Leon insane again, and then Leon snitches on Joseph, saying that Joseph has been shoving towels down toilets. I don't know why he was doing that, but apparently he has. Rockich makes an interesting point out of this interaction when he says,
"'Cause
as
it's
this
funny."
incident demonstrates, Joseph and Leon each paid attention to what the other was doing and expressed their awareness openly. Such behavior, representing as it does an enlargement of the sphere of involvement with others, is uncommon in paranoid schizophrenics, who are generally concerned only with themselves. In the very process of defending their delusional systems against attack, these two men became realistically oriented towards each other in order to obtain information to use as weapons of attack and defense. So sure, it's not for a good thing. They're trying to snitch on each other and keep tabs on each other, but in placing them together, the experiment is doing something. The men are becoming aware of each other. They only got physical with each other on a few occasions. Initially, the three men had laundry duty together. And apparently on one instance, while moving a laundry cart, Leon and Joseph almost got into a fight but were separated. On another instance, during a meeting while talking about false gods, as they would do, Joseph and Clyde began to call each other false gods and got into a scuffle where they kind of just clung on to each other and tussled a bit and then got pulled apart. The wildest one came when, during a meeting, Leon casually mentions that Adam was black. Clyde gets really upset at this and says that Adam was a white man, eventually standing up and walking over to Leon screaming about it. Leon remarks that Clyde is being a fool, so Clyde just punches him in the face. Immediately, the assistants are all over him and pull him back, but according to Rockich, Leon was just sitting there perfectly still with his hands on his lap, got hit in the face and didn't move at all, and then just dropped the subject, and then when asked about it later said, "You know what, maybe Adam was a white man." This is interesting because it seems a part of Leon's belief changed when he was given extreme distress, getting punched in the face. Either this is his mind's reaction to a situation he's not used to and not comfortable to be in to readdress itself, or if Leon is aware enough to know that he's prodding, maybe he saw this as taking it too far and decided to step back. As the meetings went on, the group kind of got into a melody of how things would go. Clyde, for the most part, was reserved to himself, but Leon would often bait Joseph. For example, if Joseph made a passing mention of getting coffee, Leon would say something like, "Oh, I thought the English drank tea." And anytime Joseph got too worked up in response, Leon would switch to peacemaker. Very often in the middle of arguments, just going, "Can I change the subject?" and bringing up something completely different. If Leon was ever speaking over Joseph for too long, Joseph would just kind of shake his head and allow Leon to keep speaking, but putting a word in edgewise every now and then so he wasn't forfeiting the conversation, he just didn't want to participate. Joseph also made a habit of going on very long bathroom breaks in the middle of the meetings. Joseph began to bring books and magazines that he would read instead of participating in the meetings, but Rockich turned this into a group discussion, as he would ask Joseph to read these things out loud, and it became a regular part of these meetings to have group reading time. And as things got too negative for Leon, he would get rid of the bad energy. Doing things like mentioned before, rubbing his temples, sometimes he would pour salt in his water because that helps, I guess. He would also talk about how if he didn't like something, he would shove it into a squelch chamber. Squelch chamber was a passage in the back of his brain that any idea he didn't like would go into and would be churned up and thrown away. However, as the men continued to take the meetings, something interesting happened outside of the meetings. The three men had the habit, when on their free time, to be near each other. Not necessarily friendly or chummy, but just in each other's company. In the massive common areas that could fit 100 people, they would often be seen in the corner together, not talking, but being near each other, either sitting in chairs next to each other facing the same way, or Joseph would do things like get a chair right behind Leon's and face the opposite direction, but still close to him. Joseph's wife still visited on occasion, and on one occasion, brought the fruit basket. The research assistants noted that as soon as Joseph got the fruit basket, he went and offered the fruit to Leon and Clyde. One day, to see what would happen, the research assistants moved the chair before Leon got to the room. Upon seeing he didn't have a chair near Joseph and Clyde, he went to another part of the room and carried a heavy chair over where he normally was. And when the experiment was repeated with Joseph, the same thing happened. Rockich once asked Leon why he sits in that chair, and Leon says it's to get a good view of the TV, when in fact that chair was a really far distance from the TV. And again, while it's hard to know for sure because it's hard to tell how much of their delusions are fictional or incorporate reality, every now and then it seems they would incorporate each other in a meaningful way. When he was asked about the chair situation, Joseph said, "I get the feeling that England will not be invaded. Rex and Clyde sit near me. They help me to protect the stronghold. They're not against England. They are patients in the hospital. That's all." Perhaps just the comfort of being near each other and having routine every day, but that comfort was enough that Joseph wanted to be near them, even if that nearness came just hours after they were screaming of their own godhood. Similarly, specific symptoms of their condition was made known through the meetings. For example, on one instance, Leon said that if he commanded it to, a table would float. Rockich asked Leon to show him, so Leon walks up to a large table and turns around and says that the table is now floating. Rockich says that clearly the table is not floating, and Leon says that's because it's floating cosmically, and Rockich just can't see it. Again, a recurring thing for Leon is if something doesn't happen, well, it's just because you can't see what's actually happening in like another dimension. Also, further evidence of Joseph understanding things but not applying it to reality correctly were also known. On page 77, Rockich says, quote, "Joseph saw himself as a great writer. This was a central theme both in his delusional system and in his everyday behavior. He told us that he liked to read good literary criticism, history and biography, and essays on art and architecture. Once, in a discussion of Madame Bovary, I asked Joseph who wrote it. Flaubert, he said. And when? Around 1874. And in answer to the question, what is it about? He was able to give a quite accurate account of the story. The discussion lasted about 10 minutes and proceeded on an entirely realistic level. Then Joseph said, you know, I really wrote Madame Bovary. You did? I thought you just got through saying that Flaubert wrote it. No, I did. Flaubert stole it from me. He took it to France. Again, he would understand things correctly, like when he said Leon and Clyde were in a mental hospital, they're ill, but it's like his correct framing is wrapped in a package of his own delirium. From all of his reading, I'm sure that Joseph was a very knowledgeable man, but his illness prevented him from the follow-through on the application of that knowledge. Joseph would also sometimes correctly state that he had a father that was still living, and other times would say that he didn't have a father because, you know, he's God, and other times that Dr. Yoder, the superintendent of the hospital, was his father, which that will actually be used in later stages of the experiment. Now, as far as parents go, by far the most interesting subject was Leon. As a matter of fact, he would never even refer to his real mother as his mother, instead calling her the old witch. And even in his delirium, this makes sense. I'm sure the emotional trauma that his mother left him with has made an impact that has lasted and worked its way into Leon's ideas. He refers to her as a duper, the same thing he uses to describe people at the hospital that are trying to trick him. He also says that while he was asleep, his mother would perform sexual acts on him. Now, it's very apparent throughout a lot of Leon's talk that he has some weird sexual ideation. Through nearly every conversation, even when it does not apply at all, he will bring up genitalia. If he talks for long enough, he will talk about how spirits and souls are shaped in the way reproductive organs are. He talks at great length about how he distributes his seed cosmically. Initially, he says that his wife is the Virgin Mary, and that she is a virgin and cannot be touched, so instead, they consummate their time together through, like, astral projection. As long as he touches himself in a very specific way, he is not degrading himself, he is just having cosmic relations. Which, the way he describes, if you're curious, is just like doing that. I point this out to say that sexual and phallic thoughts are on Leon's mind pretty constantly. So while it's not impossible that his mother, who was also mentally ill, did physically abuse him when he was younger, he also has several stories of nearly every woman in his life being sexually abusive. Later on, when women in the facilities just approach him and ask for a cigarette, he remarks that they came on to him or they tried to touch him. And this itself may come from a place of trauma with his mother, but it could also just be that because of his overbearing mother who forbid anything related to attraction in women, his ideas of sexuality are so closely tied to an overbearing mother figure that he can't separate them. To tie into this, he will frequently switch between saying the Virgin Mary is his wife and also his mom. Also, if you're wondering where Clyde was in all of this, he was right there, just not saying anything. Clyde was very matter of fact. If one of the other two said they were God a little too much, he would chime in and yell that he's actually God, but otherwise he kept to himself. If asked about his childhood, he may say that's dumb or that's stupid, and then after the other two go, make some quick remark about his father, but usually no more than a couple sentences. As mentioned, Clyde was quite old and stubborn. The funniest defense he had is sometimes, if questioned, he would just fall asleep. Like if they're asking too many questions about his wife or growing up or about his belief in divinity, just mid-conversation, he would slump over.
Personally, I'm here
and then just fall asleep. Which, I mean, that's a pretty good defense.
Well, I'll be damned. What
do you do against that? Some more interesting findings from the assistants who were monitoring the men day to day. Clyde shows Leon a picture from a magazine of a bunch of girls in swimsuits and says that they're his girls and that he made them. Queen Elizabeth shows up on the TV at one point, and Joseph says that he cannot watch because she is taking his place. Clyde, smoking a pipe, is writing on a scrap of paper, adding up columns of astronomical figures incorrectly. He states he has 400 girls and women to care for, and that he can't hardly understand why I can't buy anything when I have 40 cars of money. It's interesting how all of Clyde's delusions, when he mentions them, are about being a rich landowner who has hundreds of women and millions of dollars. Quite depressing, considering that before he was committed, he was a man who lived with a wife and had a modest farm, and lost all of it as his mind began to deteriorate to a position now where he has all of those things once again. The three men take turns reading from the Bible. Then Clyde takes a copy of Reader's Digest from his pocket, and each of the men in turn reads one item from Increase Your Word Power, a game designed to test the player's knowledge of word meanings. Whenever Leon guesses which of a series of alternative words is correct, he exuberantly shouts, "Yay!" Although he does not know many of the words, he takes the game very seriously. There's also the pleasant note, Leon is polite and helpful to Clyde, who visibly enjoys listening to Leon read.
I think you'll agree.
Also, just things that don't even necessarily relate to, like, the guys as a group. Like after dinner one day, it says, when the meal is finished, a woman stands behind Joseph, as she does every day, without saying anything. Joseph, also wordlessly, rolls a cigarette, lights it, and gives it to her, whereupon she goes away. Just these interesting habits that they've developed over the years. Another woman patient, picking up food trays, accidentally brushes against Leon. Madam, I don't like the idea of strange women brushing me suggestively. I'm married, I have a wife, and even if I didn't, I don't advocate hurtful behavior in hospitals. Another interesting note about Leon. Leon is in the recreation room watching TV. Another patient changes the channel in the middle of the program. Leon says nothing and continues watching. A brassiere ad comes on. Leon averts his eyes. Another ad begins. Leon again watches. Going back to his aversion to female sexuality, even if it's just a bra commercial. Shortly after that, a girl in a TV movie says, "Do you ever go out with girls?" And Leon goes through a shaking off ritual. So trying to get rid of the energy of hearing a woman talking about going out. Oh, this one's great. A patient seeing Leon in the dining room says, "Hi Rex, do you still think you're Jesus Christ?" "Sir," Leon replies, "I most certainly am Jesus Christ." The patient, turning to Joseph, says, "This guy thinks he's Christ. He's nuts, isn't he?" Joseph, agitated, says, "He's not Jesus Christ, I am." Clyde enters the fray, shouting, "No, he's not, I am." The patient, somewhat bewildered, steps back and says to Leon, "I think you're faking." Like, this guy was just like, "Hey, do you still think you're God?" And then suddenly two other guys appear who also say they're God. Leon explains later that the patient is one of his arch enemies. That even though the man is a Jesus Christ too, in the sense that he has a vine and a rock, which to Leon is like metaphor for genitalia, he has an evil ideal which Leon hates because he misuses his vine by placing it in the wrong hole. Which I want to clarify, a lot of my laughter and the reason I find humor in this isn't because I find their condition funny. I think it is very tragic that their mind works against them to such a degree, that they see some factors of reality, but it all has to incorporate back into the illusion. What I find humorous is almost the hopeful note that despite these delusions, they still have ups and downs. They still have interactions that, although juvenile in instances of like an arch enemy, are still relations, are still history of stuff they've put together. There's something kind of uplifting about a woman silently walking up to Joseph and him knowing to hand her a lit cigarette. Or Leon, someone with intense religious trauma and a generational mental illness, having an arch enemy because the person asked him if he's Jesus. There's a delight in the simplicity of it. Speaking of Leon's archenemy, at dinner that day, it says Leon's tormentor appears again. Clyde says, "Stop making trouble for him, talking about my name. I'm Jesus Christ. You want to make something of it?" Clyde gets up, tries to hit the patient. The patient melts away, and Clyde is very upset. Leon is calm. This is so interesting. It's like Clyde isn't forfeiting that he's not Jesus, and that instead Leon is, but within his delusion, he's like standing up for Leon. He saw a guy that Leon mentioned he didn't like because he makes Leon upset. So when he just gets near Leon, Clyde stands up and says, "Stop messing with him. I'm Jesus." Like, sure, it doesn't break his illusion, it doesn't break the psychosis he's under, but through that, he stands up for the closest thing he has to a friend. Similar to Joseph saying he feels like England will be safe when he sits near Clyde and Leon, here Clyde is standing up for his friend in likely the greatest capacity he can. Now keep in mind, they're still going to have a meeting the day after where they yell at their god, but then after that, they'll sit in this room and look out for each other. One note says, all three men are leaving the laundry. When Leon approaches a tunnel junction, he calls out, coming through, please," thereby commanding one and all to get out of the way. Joseph, pushing his truck, repeatedly booms out, "There she blows! All the enemies of the world are going to be blown up." As mentioned earlier, it's fun that they have moments of fun like that. In one of the earlier meetings, right after Leon accused Joseph of shoving towels down the toilet, which he apparently did, he also accuses Joseph of throwing magazines out the windows of the hospital. And then there is a note that one of the assistants made that says, on his way back to the dining room, Joseph picks up magazines from the rack and tosses them out the window. Like, why would you do that? There was a dance held for the patients, and Leon said he wouldn't go, but apparently, at Joseph and Clyde's behest, decided to shower and comb his hair. And while he doesn't dance, he just sits at one end of the room reading and watching the dancing couples as Joseph sits next to him. I feel bad laughing at some of these because these are mentally ill people. It's not that I am laughing at them or anything like that. In instances like this, it's just imagining this scenario taking place. So, waiting for an elevator, again, this is another assistant note, waiting for elevator to return to laundry, Leon asks another patient, "What time do you have?" 2, Rex." "Thank you, sir. It's time to shake off." His voice has the ring of a World War II fighter pilot preparing to peel off from formation to dive bomb a battleship. Like, just imagine being that other, like, we understand what Leon/Rex means because it's like, oh, he shakes off to get rid of negative energy and stuff like that, but could you imagine how scared that other guy was? You're waiting next to an elevator with someone, and as soon as you tell the time, he just screams that. Things continue like this for the first several months, but then something interesting happens. One day a messenger comes with a note for Leon, saying that his mother is here to visit. Leon hands the note back, saying that for one, his name isn't Leon, because mind you, he goes by Rex now, and that woman is not his mother, and he does not want to see her, and she should not come here again. A research assistant uses this opportunity to go and talk to Leon's mother, wanting to inform Leon doesn't want to see her, she makes him tears. Rocket has this interesting analysis of her, and he says he gives the impression of a defeated woman approaching the end of life, who realizes that all she has valued most highly is about value, but without the faintest idea why. Least of all, does she show any awareness of the part she herself played in her own bitter defeat. It's easy to hate Leon's mother for the position that Leon is in. She was very emotionally abusive and at other times just abandoned him. She is very controlling, and we can trace most of the problems Leon has back to her. But from her accounts of hearing voices, it seems apparent that his mother had the same condition that he did. And I'm sure it wasn't easy for a woman with paranoid schizophrenia or something adjacent to it to be abandoned by her husband and left to pick up the pieces herself. Again, it's not like she's in a conscious denial. It's not that she chooses to disbelieve she had an effect on how Leon turned out. It's like Rocky said, she's incapable of putting that together. Shortly thereafter, a note reads, the three men, along with several others, have finished their work in the laundry room and are ambling back to their ward in D building. Leon's mother is leaving the hospital grounds, walks wearily towards the moving cluster of men. As they approach, she sees her son. Her anguished expression suddenly changes to one of happy anticipation. He has changed his mind and is now coming to greet her. As Leon comes nearer, the two are, for a moment, face to face. Leon, as if unseen, passes her by. Her smile disappears. She utters a prolonged wail. The research assistant tries to console her, but to no avail. Leon reaches the entrance to D building, looks back fleetingly, quickly goes in. It really is tragic on every end that she was such an awful mother to him, but that she was also never in the capacity to be a good one. And you can't blame Leon for having the resentment towards her that he does, much less with his mental illness. On a less depressing note, in a group meeting following this, Joseph puts a book out on the windowsill to give it some air. This, he says, will make the book healthier for him to read. Leon reads aloud from an article